my beard all tied up. I forgot all about that. I was just trying, and I'm live now. Right, so I'll speak to you in a bit then, Lana. Okay, excelente. Okay. Okay, see ya. Bye-bye. Are we glitching? Are we glitching already? Ugh. Oh, I look old. Let me just straighten this up a little bit. You'd have to excuse the, when it's quite long now, so it's getting gets quite hot around here. So, and I've been training. So, when you're training and you've got a beard, and it just starts to soak up all the sweat that's coming off in. I won't gross you out and put you off your G&T. Hey, Alana. Yeah, it seems to have sorted itself out now. We're all good. We're good to go. We're good to go. Give me a lot about fag. So who's with me? Who else is with me? Anyone else? Anyone for anyone? Or should I just sit here and just relax into it and hope that a few people join me? I've repaired me. Have I repaired it? Is it leaking out of a little knot now? It is. A little knot in the wood there, look. You see that? So I fixed the leak underneath there, and it's developed one through the side. Fuck it. It's not leaking. Hello, Francis. How you doing? You all right? I don't remember seeing that name pop up in the lives before. Good to see you. So if you're brand new, welcome to our little tribe. If you've been here before, welcome back. Good. Are you on the lash? If so, what are you having? What are you drinking? I've lost my normal little lighter, and I wanted to get some. I do think we should always have, some candles just flickering away with a nice little African sunset. It makes everything look nice and chilled. When we talk about some dark topics sometimes, and it's just nice to have something nice and mellow in the background. I was going to change. Welcome back, Lana. I'm new. I know your brother and my best mate told me about you, and I'm on wine tonight. You're on wine? Are you red or white? I reckon you're a white. I reckon you're a white winer. You look like a white winer to me. So yeah, it's just nice to have something relaxing, and everything in here is African themed, and yeah. Red, white, rosé, anything that's not sweet. Japanese pink blossom gin. Oh, you posh bastard, Ray. You fucking snob, yeah. I've never heard of that. And I thought I've tried every gin going. So, a mother's ruin, apparently. Posh totty. Yes, posh totty. Yeah, I've been out and about today. I've been on a proper foraging mission, because I understand how important wild garlic is, and I'm glad that I'm growing my own now, but it's just not enough to pick. It's not enough to make a difference. So I've had the dehydrator on 24 hours a day for the last 3 days, something like that, because it takes some drying out, because I tend to try and dry a lot out all at once. It's probably work out a bit more A bit more energy efficient. If nah, fuck it, it's fine. Yeah, that gin does sound nice. I'm on the usual vodka, orange, and tonic water, but I like to mix it up. You know, I like to mix it up a little bit. Have a bit of apple now and then, because I'm a bit rock and roll. You know what I mean? It's very strong, is it, Ray? Is it like an abroad version of a double? You know, it's like it's double, and you've got half a fucking pint. Well, that's not a double, mate. I've only just started out tonight. This is the first bar. You know, I'll be crawling to the next one. You know, I do love that about going over there. You know, when you apart from the all-inclusives, I've never been on an all-inclusive. I could never do that, because all I've ever heard is it's like as soon as it's like, you know, dinner time, or that it's open for eating for breakfast, open for eating for lunch, or whatever the package it is that you've got for an all-inclusive. And it's almost like ding, ding. And then it's just like pigs to a trough, just food everywhere, flies everywhere, you know. It's never been very appealing to me. And then the open bar, everything's all watered down. Fuck that. But when you do, just don't headbang on the autofocus. You see, I've got this thing comes with a remote control on it, but I've not figured it out. See, it comes with that. I don't want to start twatting around with it now, because I might end up like, there might be some sort of crazy filter on there. It might be like a dog. You know? I don't know what'll happen. So I'm going to leave that well alone. But I was talking to Lana about, so coming away from holidays for now, talking to Lana about the fact that I think we all know something big's coming this year. I think we can all feel it. This is why I've really stepped up. I've gone into gone through several different gears now this year. It's different to last year. It's different to the year before. I feel more committed. I don't know if that's a time thing, you know, or no. It's definitely a feeling. Definitely a feeling. So I have kind of Deborah Rabbit. I know your brother, Roger. I'm so sorry, Deborah. I'm sure that's not the first time you've heard that. So I feel like I do think, and I know I'm not the only one. I get emails. I know that there are a lot of other people that are getting this feeling, you know, and they're stepping up. They're really stepping up. Everyone's stepping up. Everyone's got this feeling, and so I think. So anyway, right. So as you know, I've got the girls. I've got 2 dogs, and we might not have access to vets. So Lana sent me a link to 3 books. I found one book, and it was the only book I could find on dog health that sounded more or less what I was after. And it arrived from America. So I waited about 2 weeks for it to arrive, and it was shit. But these 3 books, if you've got dogs, right, and you're serious about prepping, I'll show you these 3 books, so you can maybe kind of watch the live stream back at some point, or get a pen and paper now and then write down the author. And they're not expensive. I'll show you them now. They're in here. Yeah, I forgot to thank you, Lana. Hello, Michael. How are you diddling? Again, this will be boring for some people, but it's extremely important, you know, because they're not just dogs. They're not just cats. They're family, you know. And as far as dogs are concerned, an early warning system, you know, to let you know, because they can hear shit that you can't. Dog's hearing is between 5 and 8 times more powerful than yours. Their sense of smell, they reckon somewhere around 1,000 times. So, and the reason that their hearing's better is because they've got directable, you know, we can't do that. Well, I suppose some people can. I've seen some interesting party tricks. I've seen some really bad ones as well. So this is the first one. I know it's glitching a little bit, so I'll do it nice and slow. Old Wives and Dogs' Tales by Linda Adam. This is another one. Yeah. I've had a flick through all three of them. They both look really, all three of them look really good. Really, really good. Especially this one. So this one's for your dog and your little pussy. There you go. It's really, really important that you get books. And you can also I've been shown or told a way on how to get, I don't know if I should say this on YouTube, we can get videos and then you can put them straight onto a hard drive and then you can just fill it up with, you know, how to skin a rabbit, you know, how to skin a squirrel, how to build this, how to build that, anything prepping related, really. And then just mark it down on this hard drive and put all these hard drives into Faraday, you know, some sort of Faraday, just wrap them in 7 layers of foil, maybe some rubber, then foil. Otherwise you just electrocute it, you know. That's not a Faraday. That's not Faraday. What sort of limit are they doing? Have I missed? Oh, Tesco are limiting water now. Right, you know off the back of, because I hadn't bought water for quite some time because, as you know, I've got a rainwater catchment system. So I've got 800 litres. Now, when you've got a garden full of vegetables and a lot of them in pots, 800 litres don't go very far. Especially if we've not had any rain for a couple of weeks, you know. That's them gone, empty. Richard Vobes. Oh, Richard Vobes. So I'm not the only one that gets irritated by his pipe, because he said that he's had loads of comments saying that it does people's fucking nuts in, and it does. Put it down. He thinks it looks distinguished. You know, I sit here next to my wood burning stove. It's irritating. Stop doing it. And when he drinks his coffee, right? Fucking hell, right? The gulps. Next time you listen to a Richard Vobes video, right? And he's got a cup of coffee in his hand, listen to how loud his gulps are. You've never heard anything like it in your life. There are certain things that you can do to help with flow in his videos. And 2 of them is getting rid of both of them. I'm sure, I'm telling you, they would register in a Richter scale. I forgot what I was talking about. Yeah, water, right. So off the back of what happened over there, because I know that a lot of people, a lot of countries' water systems are operated by electricity. So if you get a proper full-on grid down and you go to turn the tap on, you know, it's not good. It's not good. You know, you need water more than you need food. You can go a couple of weeks without food, and it could actually be quite good for you, because it'll reset your body. It'll kill any fucking parasites you've got in you, you know, gone. You know, you'll be reset, revitalized, renewed. But that's just my opinion, you know, do it at your own peril, but it won't be a peril. But off the back of what happened in Spain and Portugal, I went and bought 15 litres, 3 5-litre bottles. I've got one in the car, just in case. I'll do a video on what I've got in my car at some point, because I think that might interest you. Obviously, it's not going to interest someone that's not got a car. Well, this is shit. What else is on? But yeah, it did give me a kick up the arse to go and top up on water. And yeah, I'm not happy or keen or over the moon about drinking water out of plastic bottles, because the you know, even though they're designed to hold water, they are a bit more robust. But then some of them aren't very robust. There are cheap bottles of water. You could just, they're like crispy almost. I don't know if crispy is the right word, but they're crinkly, you know, like wafer thin. So you imagine how many microplastics are going into that water. And if you've had a PCR test at some point, which statistically some of you guys will have had, I've never had one, but that you know, that could break the brain blood barrier. So if you're drinking microplastics, it can end up in your brain, you know, and then the potential for the onset of dementia and Alzheimer's, you know. And people just associate those two diseases with the elderly. I would implore you to have a quick look on Google, if you want, to see who the youngest person, the youngest ever example of Alzheimer's, the youngest ever example of dementia. And I think you'll be shocked. Where are we? Yeah, I mean, 3 5-litre bottles as a limit, not bad. You know, you go in there every day for a week, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. And if you've got a Sawyer Mini or a Life Straw, you can go down to the local canal or something like that. But remember, a lot of these straws, they'll stop any microbes or viral particles. Allegedly, they exist, but they don't prevent the consumption of chemicals. So just be mindful of that, because there are some dodgy businesses out there that just dump shit into canals. I mean, I'm very, very fortunate that I've got a very, very, very healthy canal down there and a very, very healthy river. You know, you've seen it on videos that I've posted. I'm just going to close the back door. I left it open for Zephyr. I'm going to get her in because it's mozzie weather. And I don't like mozzies, you know. I don't like anyone or anything taking my blood. Yeah, so if you can hear the humming of my dehydrator going, and if it's irritating anyone, just let me know. I'll turn it off. I'll turn it back on at the end of the live stream. It's not a problem. I don't know how noisy that is to you. I mean, you can hear the girls drinking when they drink. Fuck me, you know. It's like, yeah. So yeah, 15 litres a day is a limit. But then if everyone started thinking the same, they're going to run out, because it's only a 3-day turnover. They only hold, these supermarkets hold 3 days worth of what they think they're going to sell. Obviously, they'll increase the amount of stock of water that they'll have as we move through summer. They employ people to do these specific things. Yeah, you have to excuse this. It's just very practical, very practical. But yeah, if everyone went in there and started buying 3 5-litre bottles, This is what I was saying. If everyone became a prepper tomorrow, it would be very problematic for us. You know, it needs to be a very gradual thing, just so that the demand can gradually be met. You know, so if it happened overnight, it wouldn't be good. It wouldn't. I'll be honest. It wouldn't affect me. It wouldn't affect me because I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm as ready as I'll ever be, and I know that a lot of you are as well. Oh, I didn't know there was a water hose pipe ban, but then it's not been raining much. You know, we've not had much rain. Yeah, we've not had much rain, which is a bit annoying, really, because I've just planted so much stuff up. And I don't like. Oh, my brother's here. Hello, bro. You all right? Good to see you, mate. And Chelsea. Hello, Chelsea Star. Hope you're all right. Hope everyone's all right. Hope everyone's doing all right. You know, don't let any of this shit bother you. Remember, no fear, no fear, no fear. A little bit of anxiety now and then's normal. You know, you're not fucking superhuman, but you're not far off it. You're not a normie. Yeah, Ray. Yeah, a lot of pumping stations pump. You know, they need electricity to pump. So, I mean, a lot of places, a lot of really, really critical things like hospitals and that have got backup generators. But even these backup generators, you know, if you look at the size of a massive hospital, these backup generators, they're not going to last for that long, you know, and they're generally diesel powered. So if there was a diesel shortage as well, these are all things that we've got to look forward to. So these are all things you need to be starting to prepare for, you know. One of our little tribe ended up with a massive gash. I'm sorry, Alana. And yeah, so I mean, there are kits are frozen. Ugh. Can you at least tell me if you can still hear me? Yes, they would, Deborah. Yeah. Well, I mean, they would have a fair amount of oxygen storage, you know. Yeah, the oxygen bit, not so much, because I mean that they don't need electricity for that. It's kind of it can be taken straight from the canister and just regulated, you know. So it's pressure powered as opposed to electricity. But it's the life support systems. They're all electric. So if you've had someone that's just come out of a major, serious, like proper major surgery, and they're in the step down unit, which is what I was in, which is what Sal was in when she had her operation. You go into the step down unit, and then you go into intensive care after that, and you know, everything's being regulated by machines. So if they all go off, that's a lot of dead people, and there's absolutely nothing anyone can do about it. You know, going back to that video that I did where I said that it's a stark reminder of just how brittle society is. You know, we've become so reliant on this infrastructure, so reliant on everything, you know, the convenience of everything. And you take that convenience away, bedlam. I'm glad you're all right, Pete. Glad you're all right, mate. We already win when we trust the flow and prepare with joy. I like that, Chelsea. I like that. I'd write it down, but I haven't got a pen. Where are we? Look after the truck drivers. If they stop, nobody gets anything. Yeah, yeah. Oh, hello, Watcher123. I'm sorry I missed you there. Hello, Sky Girl. Hey, they're all piling in. Hey up, Linz. We've got a nice little grouping. You know, lovely. But yeah, the truckers. You know, I mean, they are the motorways are the archeries of the country. You know, so unless you're getting stuff, unless you can produce stuff and get stuff super locally, you're fucked without truckers. You know, there are so many things that we just take for granted. I don't take any of it for granted. You know, I'm such a what if guy. You know, I'll be lying in bed at night trying to go to sleep, just staring at the ceiling, just thinking, I could do with one of them. So I've got so much fucking shit that I'll probably never use, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And I think a lot of people are like that. But I think a lot of it can be quite easy to get a little bit carried away, a little bit obsessive maybe with prepping. Again, there's a sliding scale of preparedness, and right up here you've got homesteaders, you know, with chickens and pigs and fucking geese and ducks and sheep and all sorts of shit, you know, and then growing all their own veg as well. But this is a city prepping channel, so we have to come up with solutions based on living in a city. And you wouldn't believe what you could achieve, you know, as a prepper in a city. You've got to think outside the box. All right. It is a bit scary, Deborah, but the motto of my channel, if you look in the description box, don't be scared, be prepared. That's it. No fear. Fear gets in the way. I will say hi to everyone and sorts that topic log. Yeah, it is. Just do it all in one go, bro. Truckers are blood flow to the heart. Yeah. Did you? Yeah. We think alike, brother. Yeah, so these are all things we just taking for granted, and we shouldn't be taking anything for granted. You know, you've got to think, right, what if the water, because again, I mean, even something as simple, I did have a couple on I had a spare one on the table, but I've given it to my dad because it came in a pack of 3. Something as simple as a radiator key, right? A radiator key and so if you get prior warning, for example, hello, darling. If you get prior warning that there's going to be a power cut or there's an incoming CME, you know, coronal mass ejection from the sun, and it's going to be quite severe and it's going to affect us, that gives you a bit of time to prepare. If you know something like that's happening, make sure you've got a really decent plug for your bath. Fill your bath. Just fill your bath up. Try and put some tape over your flusher button or your flusher handle so you don't flush. Just put up with the stale smell of piss so that you can use the water in the cistern. I've got 2 ponds, one's leaking. I need to change the lining, but the other one's good to go. So I've got God knows how many litres of water in there. And then again, I've got 4 water butts that collect rainwater, you know. So water, that is your main priority. to make sure that you can conserve water or not create water. You're not Gandalf. But you don't need to buy these, right? It's just an idea, because I've bled my radiators. I bleed them once a year because it makes your central heating system more efficient, right? And most of the water pretty much all of the water that comes out of my radiators is crystal clear, right? But I've bled people's water radiators before, and no, it's not a metaphor. And it's just been like it's like the radiator's got the shits. So when you've got stuff like that, you need to every time I do a live stream. Hold on, there's a noise cancelling thing on here. That helps a bit. Coffee filters, right? They're quite cheap to buy. They come in different sizes. This is size. It goes on forever. I can't block it out. I can't block it out. I lock onto it. She's stopped now. It's good. Yeah, I'm not sure what size this is, right? But you're just having a rough look at that, and it does what it says on the tin, you know. So you'll bleed your radiator, try and get it out so that it's not like squirting in your face, you know. So it looks like someone's just got diarrhea and farted in your face. You don't want that. Just get it to a nice little trickle, and then just put that underneath it, and then a container underneath that. So that'll catch all of the rusty water. And then you can go on to purify it another stage, and then another stage after that if you need to. So there's loads of water in your radiators, you know. And you know, I haven't got a posh little coffee making machine. I bought these specifically for filtering because they're extremely lightweight, and I've got them in several of my water purification kits, one of which is in the car. Like I said, I'll show you what I've got in the car. And for anyone that's got a car, if you get caught out in the middle of nowhere, you're going to need to be able to get by, you know. So radiators, toilet system, the water that you use to flush your stuff away, right? Fill your bath up, fill all your sinks up. If you've got any spare buckets, fill your buckets up. You know, get as much water as you possibly can if you've got a bit of warding. There will be some in the pipes, even if the power stopped. But yeah, that's me giving up. I go right round the fucking houses, then I go right round the city just to say, yes, Ray, the water pumping stations run off electricity. I had to go through all that just to say yes. Where are we? Pete, is that you in the photo behind your bro? No, that's me, and that's Sally. But me and Peter have been stood side by side. People have sworn that we look almost like twins, you know. Very similar facial features. He's taller than me. He's got a slightly bigger stature than me. But we do look very similar considering we've both got different dads, you know. Yeah. But same mum, you know. Yeah. And we don't none of us look anything like our mum, you know. My mum had a bigger beard. Me do strong mother genetics. Interesting grammar there, bro. That's better. He's corrected it. You don't look like your sis, Fran. Who's Fran? Oh, Fran. Ah, yeah. So Fran knows my brother, right? Okay. Do you have a 4-way utility key, also known as a 4-way cross key bit? No, I don't, Lana. No, I think you've got everything that I need. And let me write that down. I'm writing it down. I didn't even know what it's for. What's it for? I'm not going to buy one if I don't know what it's for. It comes through like, oh, thank fucking God, I've got a 4-way key. What's it for? So let me write this down. What's it called? A 4-way utility key. Where is it? A 4-way utility key. Everyone, pay attention, please, because I think this is probably important. Lana is one of the most dedicated female preppers that we've got in our little tribe. Utility key. I'm sure that'll be a very simple eBay or Amazon search to find out what the fuck that is. I've got a life straw Millbank bag. I don't even know what a Millbank bag is. And water purification tablets. Those 5-litre bottles Aldi and Lidl sell are great for storing in every corner of the house. I like that, Sky Girl. You know, so many people, there are so many preppers that are like, oh, no, I don't want to buy any more. I don't want to buy any more food. I don't want to buy any more water because it's fucking with me feng shui. You know, survival comes first. Hello, Boho Richie. How you doing, sweetheart? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. And thank you for those 3 kisses. Yeah, we do sound like each other, Francis. We're very similar and very, in a lot of ways, very, very similar when I really think about it. I think Pete will agree with that. Very, very similar. And he's a smart lad. He's a smart lad. Another lad that left school with no qualifications, no exams, no exam results, same as me, you know. Well, that doesn't say that has no bearing on our level of intelligence, you know. Water companies have massive backup generators on trailers. They do. That is right, but they're only going to last for so long, you know. And if they run out of diesel, which is what they're all run off, then that's done, you know. Now, if you live near the sea, you've got a better chance. You can turn seawater into drinkable water. Just take 2 sheets of plastic and a tub. That's it, right? Condensation. But I don't live near the sea. But I am very, very lucky that I've got a river and a canal down the road, you know. But if everyone starts, if the shit really hits the fan, we've got no electricity, and everyone starts to wash in there, wash the clothes in there, you know, empty their shit and piss in there, it'll be unusable because people haven't thought ahead. Fire hydrant key. Right, but I haven't got any. I don't think I wouldn't even know where to look for a fire hydrant. I wouldn't even know where to look. Is that what those little flaps are? You know, you know those little metal things that you used to see kind of back right up against the wall on the pavement, the kind of oval like that. I think, is that to say that there's a fire hydrant there? Because I used to think, you know, when I was a kid, I used to think that they, frozen again. I used to think that they were memorial stones for dogs that had been killed on the road. My mind works. Like a wheel brace looking thing. No. Sounds like the local tart in a pub. Milkway bag. Oh, you've lost me there, bro. What's the date of the camp, Terry? Oh, are you still considering coming? Oh, you'd love it. You'd love it. You know, it's on the. Oh, Michael. Yeah, email me, Boho Witchy, for all details, because there are certain it's information that I don't want to be giving out publicly. So if you can email me, I'll let you know all you need to know. But it's in June. I think it's the second weekend in June, if I'm right. And Outriders just put the email address down there for ease, so you don't have to go looking for it. Thanks for that, Michael. Much appreciated. But it'll be a great camp. I can't wait. Michael, it's nearly just a fortnight away now, Birmingham. The fortnight away. How fast has that time gone? Eh? They fucking with time or what? Because that's just flown. But I'm looking forward to meeting you in person, brother. Yes, we are. We are both lovely, Francis. We are. We've both got good hearts. You know, we have. Fran knows. So Fran knows your bro, and she's my best mate. How crazy? Nah. Fuck off. That's a mad synchronicity, that. Mad. There's been way too many strange synchronicities. Me taking the girls out considering it's only a small channel, you know, kept small purposely, right? And the fact that we've got people in our little tribe from all around the world, right? So for me to take the girls out for a walk and someone to stop on their bike and say, "Are you Rose Hippie Guy?" You know, there's been so many weird things, and I've met about 5 or 6, 7 of you now. You know, yet to meet more. You know. But that is bizarre. How about that, Boho Richie? I'm trying to remember your real name again. I'd forget names. You told me what it was. It's just easier to say than It's easier to say than Boho Richie. You know. Yeah. Keep doing your walks, Lana. Lana's ended up with quite a serious slice down one of her legs from a milk bottle, chucking a bin bag in a bin, and it just sliced through her leg. So she's been and had stitches today, and yeah. Again, this is all stuff. You know, imagine if there wasn't a hospital. So you can buy suture sets for about 20, 25 quid. And you can practice suturing. So further down, we've got to be as self-sufficient as possible, you know, in as many aspects of life as possible, because we can't take anything for granted anymore. We just can't. Sky Girl, a millbank bag is for water filtration, removes sand, mud, silt. So if you've got water from a stream or river, get them from proper shops. Yeah, I've got so many different, because I know the importance of water and the fact that, you know, it's 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food, you know. So water, yeah, you know, we're 70-80% water. We've got to have water. If your brain's not getting water, if your brain's starved of water, you're not going to be functioning properly. You won't be thinking properly. You won't be doing anything properly. You eventually become incoherent and no good to anyone, including yourself. So water, especially finding ways of thinking of ways of getting it, and then thinking of ways of purifying it to make it safe. Where are we? I've seen that we need to prepare for 72 hours without electric. Yeah, Francis, 72 hours to anyone here in the chat that's been, with the channel for a while, will tell you that is just a joke. Everyone's got 72 hours worth of food, pretty much, unless you're homeless. Yeah, 72 hours is a joke. We've all had a laugh about that because it's fuck all. It's nothing. You need to be aiming for 3 months minimum. 3 months. And that's going to be quite difficult water-wise, which is why I recommend everyone buy a water butt, invest, people will go out, right, and spend 80 quid on one night out because it's so fucking expensive now, right? 80 quid on a night out. All they need to do is spend that 80 quid on a really decent water butt, connect it up to your drain pipe, and then just keep collecting water as a backup, Just spend your money wisely. Yeah, I can't wait for this camp. Can't wait. And I've got loads of great ideas, to keep us occupied and entertained during the day and the night. The dancing naked around the trees and the fire, that's going to be quite interesting. I'm only joking. Although I don't know. I can't guarantee I won't do it. No, I can. Thank you. I'll send you an email for the details. Yeah, do that. Do that, Boho, which and I'll let you know everything you need to know, and we'll take it from there. We'll have a great time. Proper like-minded people all together around a fire, under the stars. Oh God, Lana, do take care. Yeah, it's all stitched up, but she needs to keep moving, but not moving too much. She's trying to find that balance. Clean water. Right, I didn't know that either, Michael, about soaking a millibank. I've never even heard of a millibank bag. Why have I never heard of one? Having said that, I'm so prepared as far as water's concerned. I've got a backup for 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 a backup with that stuff because it's so important. We can't survive without it. If you need to be functioning in a shit it's the fan scenario. You've got to be functioning at 110%. And if you are seriously critically dehydrated, you're not going to be doing that. You're not going to be making good decisions. And you might have people counting on you, especially your kids. So yeah, start thinking that through. Hello, David Williams, son of a Laren. I missed you there, brother. I missed you. Welcome to the chat. Evening all. Hope everyone is well and had a good week. Yeah, much love to you up there in Scotland, my friend. I had the bloody thing, yeah. Got lots of stuff in there. We've got loads, yeah. There's loads. Look, a lot of people have got a lot of gear that they've never ever practiced with, never used, and you don't want that extra pressure when you're feeling the pressure. Okay, so get practicing, get practicing with your stuff. Manuka, 5 hours in A&E. I was talking to Lana earlier on because if you've got a bit of a nasty cut, nothing like Lana. I mean, she's got 2 gashes now, one by default. But if you've got a cut, if you've got a little bit of a gash, but it's not too deep, not too bad, you can get someone to pinch that together, and you can make a paste from Manuka honey and herb Robert crushed up. So you've got all of the essential oil in there. Crush it straight from a fresh plant that you've just pulled. Mix it all up together, and you've got a natural plaster and potentially natural stitches. Manuka honey and herb Robert combined. But you've got to squish it down to get all the juices. God, that took some fucking licking. Yeah, can you imagine, Lana, if it was your oh, what's that main archery? Oh, someone will tell me. I know you will. That again, that's another thing. You know, I know quite a bit about this, and a little bit about that, and a little bit about that. But then there's plenty of you guys I know for a fact know a shitload about that I know a little bit about, and you'll know a bit about this and a bit about that. So when we come together, that is wealth. That's wealth. That's true wealth, because everybody benefits. Everyone. Knowledge is power. Yeah, join us, Francis. Yeah, join us. You know, you can keep Boho Richie company. You know, because there are going to be. I think there's a few blokes there, but no one letchy, no one kind of, who's had a few beers down and going like, you look great in those leggings. None of that shit. Just equal. We'll be talking about so much shit, just non-stop talking and having a laugh and just relaxing, completely and totally enveloped by nature. It'll be lovely. It'll be lovely. Where are we? I've done a lot of dancing around fires, but not naked. Not yet. You haven't, Boho. Not yet. No, I'm not into that. I'm not into, I can sort of understand the appeal of that, the freedom of being completely one. This is going to sound weird to some people, I can sort of see the appeal of dancing around, not non-sexual, not like we're all getting nice and warmed up for a massive fuck off gangbang, nothing like that, nothing sordid. Just being free, I kind of get that. I understand that. I understand the appeal of that, but we won't be doing any of that. It'll be pretty, normal. Normal for us, What's normal for us is definitely not normal for the average normie, They wouldn't be able to just kind of just jump in and join in on the conversation because they wouldn't have a fucking clue what we were talking about. Naturists, yes, bro. Yeah. I quite like the idea of it, that freedom, that, that just being at one with nature, there's been a handful of, considering that caravan's been there for coming up to 10 years, right? There's been a handful of times where I've gone round the back of the caravan and gone down by the river, and I've felt everything. I can't really explain it, too profound to explain. Anyway, it's beautiful. Yes, Manuka honey is amazing. If you've not got any, look, Manuka honey is not cheap, especially the really, really, really good stuff, right? But the medicinal benefits of Manuka honey, I would rather spend a tenner on a jar of half decent Manuka honey than spend a tenner on a prescription. Because it naturally heals you, It's a natural healer. It's antifungal, antibacterial. It's just, if you want to make sure that you can keep your wound clear and clean, just a nice thick layer of Manuka honey. And because it's so thick as well, it will stop the bleeding. But then so does herb Robert. Herb Robert has got, you know, has anyone, the women, I was going to say the women might not know about that, but then women, I think women shave a bigger volume of their body than men do, you know. So every now and then you're going to have a little nick or a little slice out of your armpits, or not, maybe not your armpits, but your legs and that. So you might have something called a styptic pen, a styptic pencil. I'll show you. Now, because I shave generally, I shave my face, I shave under there, and I shave all of my head with a razor that takes no prisoners, right? So every now and then I'll nick it, you know, because you've got contours and stuff. I'm a lot better than I used to be. When I first started shaving my head with that particular razor, it looked like someone had thrown, I don't know, 10, 15 cats with rabies, angry cats on my head. So you can get these things called, you know, they look a little bit like a sex toy, but they're not. That. So if I cut myself, I just put that on there. It stings a little bit for a few seconds, and then you take it off and it stops the blood. Herb Robert can do that too. So, and it grows everywhere. It grows absolutely everywhere. Herb Robert. I picked a load and then I dehydrated it and I blitzed it into a powder to put it into supplements. And then I watched another video to say that it loses significant potency when it's dried. So that has annoyed me. But I think I've reduced the potency because it can have some knock-on effects that aren't, you know, if you take it regularly when you don't need to, it can have some knock-on, because it can be a natural antidepressant as well, you know. So I think it can, I think taking down the potency of it by drying it and then blitzing it, it means that I can probably take it every day, and it's good for gut health as well, you know. So there are still benefits even in its weakened form, but it is better off fresh. When I worked in the nursing home, we were treating awful pressure wounds. Yeah, I've seen that, because they don't move. You know, this is why we toss and turn in bed. That's our body's way of making sure we don't get pressure. But then, you know, we're spending one night in bed. A lot of these people are spending weeks, months, you know. Pressure sores are terrible. Worked in a nursing home where we were treating awful pressure wounds, and the dressings had Manuka in. Worked so well. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. I didn't even, I wouldn't think that these places, these nursing homes would have been thinking like that. You know, that the kind of the natural element of Manuka honey. I can't say enough about the stuff, you know. So to anyone that's not looked into Manuka honey and its benefits and it's the amount of applications that it's got, it's fucking mind-blowing, you know. Normal honey, cheap stuff. If you're buying a tub of honey for £1, you've got to question that, you know. Femoral artery. Yes. Thank you, Sky Girl. Fuck me. How far behind am I? The femoral artery. Yeah, I think once that's been cut, I mean, you're in fucking trouble. You're in serious trouble, especially if you've not got a tourniquet. I've got 3. Now I've got 4. But I've also got first aid training, so I know how to use them. And then when you say to someone, right, let me know when it's really hurting, when they go, it's hurting now, 1 more twist or 2, just as a rule of thumb for future reference. Francis, don't delete your messages. Freedom of speech here, sweetheart. You're good to go. Common, deep, superficial. Yeah. Yeah, I hope you can make it, Francis. You'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it. And me and Michael, we've got some good ideas. But I'm in a smaller car now, so I'm limited because I have the girls with me as well. I'm limited as to what I can get in the car, so it's going to have to be well thought out, you know. Because I mean, it left to me, I'd be bringing everything, you know. Freestanding targets for air rifles and crossbows and bows. My solar controller with 2 solar panels, just so we can maybe keep a chiller going, you know, for our beers and whatever. Yeah, I've got about a month and a half to prepare and really think that through. And I'll probably be in touch with Michael in the meantime over the phone to see what he can bring and then what I can bring, so we can split it, you know. Because I don't know what you drive, Michael. I'm not really a dancer, Carly. Will dance for me. Are you like a private dancer? A dancer for money. Do what you want me to do. I skinny dipped in the fairy pools under the Black Cullen mountain range and sky. That sounds so beautiful. You know, you can just the way you've put that, mate. Fucking hell, it sounds amazing. It was 8 in the morning and November with Baltic. It's meant to be good for you. Never felt so alive. It was amazing. Yeah, I know a lot of people that have bought ice baths or ice tubs. Now, I don't like the cold. You know, really don't like the cold. Yeah. I mean, if I went to somewhere that was like Scorchio, you know, middle of summer, it's like 35, 40 degrees in the fucking shade. I'll go for a swim in the sea and stuff like that, no problem. But in England, it doesn't get like that, you know. I don't like the cold. I was designed for heat. Since sunblock was discussed in the last live stream, I've looked into how many natural alternatives. Carrot seed oil, I've never heard of that one. 7% protection. Carrot seed oil, 20% protection. Well, I suppose it's the keratin in there, you know, because it's a natural pigment. So if it's been a proven point, if you sit there and eat carrot after carrot after carrot, you end up looking like Trump, right? But that prepares your skin, the pigment in your skin. It can deal with more direct sun rays, you know, the pigment in carrots, keratin. But Michael, I would still 100% all day long recommend coconut oil. That's got an SPF of 7%. And that's all I would ever use. I just keep reapplying that, because not only does it, you know, block the sun. I went through a few cupboards earlier on, you know, that I've kind of just been looking at, thinking I need to sort this cupboard out. Everyone's got a cupboard like that. And there were some suntan oils right at the back, suntan cream, sorry. Like one's like a fine oil spray and the other one's like a cream bin, you know. You get that shit on your skin, right? And then all of those chemicals in that skin interact with the UV rays from the sun, right? Melanomas, left, right, and center. And bizarrely, I've been looking into a bit more about what Herb Robert can do. And there has been cases where people have stated that using properly, like if you get loads of Herb Robert, put it in a blender, blend it, so you're releasing all of the juices and the essential oils. Oh, fuck me, I forgot what I was going to say. Where was it? Let me go back up. Oh, man. Yes, yeah. So there are a few stories out there of people using Herb Robert on the onset of melanomas, and it's cleared them up. I'm telling you, nature provides everything you need. We don't need big pharma. You know, we don't need them. They're dangerous. We've seen that. We understand this. Yeah. Do you know the amount of seeds that you'd need to collect to make carrot seed oil is just ridiculous? But I've never heard of that, Michael. I will be looking into that. I will be looking into that because, again, anything natural has got my vote. You know, it's good for us. It's good for us. Big Pharma's proven time and time and time again to be just all about profits, all about money. They don't give a fuck about you, you know. Even your GPs, when they were all on the take, you know, they're all hustled. Can you push this medication? Can you push that medication? We'll give you X amount of money if you get people jabbed for something that doesn't exist, you know. Deleted due to pressing send rather than spacebar. Oh, Francis, have you got hands like two bunches of bananas? Ah. No, I'm sure they're very dainty little hands. Yeah, I do like the idea of skinny dipping, but it's the cold. I suppose as long as I know I've got like a safety net of a really big fuck off massive towel, like 4 meters by 4 meters, that if it gets too much in there, I know I sound like a pussy. I can't cope with the cold. The cold has a really, really bad effect on me, and it can cause sort of very strange seizures, you know. And I've researched the shit out of it, and I can't find anything that matches what happens to me. So I like to stay hot. Where are we? I was saying, yeah, Carly, right, Carly. Lesson learned. Let me click down because I've missed. The chat's fast and furious tonight. I love it. The only dance I know is headbanging. We've got the hair for it, Michael. You know, you've got more hair than I have. You know, I can headbang with my beard when I've not got all this in there, all these little bobbles and stuff. You know, I can just. It's about the nearest I can do. But I'm not really into headbanging music. Myself and my brother Pete, we've just got a massive passion for drum and bass. You know, we love it. We absolutely love it. We can't get enough of the stuff. I believe everyone's into drum and bass. You just need to find your way in. Does anyone remember, this is Sky Girl, does anyone remember going on holiday in the 80s and beyond? They always sold carrot oil in the local shops with all the suntan oils and foods. Yeah, that does ring a bell now. Yeah, well, they've stopped doing it because they were killers. Let's not beat around the bush here. Really good feat. I love the way David Williams, son of Lauren, does his messages in the chat, because he does it with a Scottish accent, you know. I love it. And I'll read it in a Scottish accent. Really good for you. Cool water swimming. And a few I know do it. That sounded more Northern Irish then. Do it in groups. Some do it here in Loch Finn. Haven't myself yet was tempted the other day when it got red hot. Got big bloody jellyfish though. Right, it's got big jellyfish in the lock, or do you mean the blisters from the sun? You please clarify, because I didn't realize you can get jellyfish in locks. Or was that off the coast of the Isle of Skye? I might have misinterpreted you. Where are we? Yeah, jellyfish are very, very interesting. We used to go camping, you know, and then we used to go to Shell Island. It gets cut off twice a day, so it does become an island. And we used to go along the beach, and that was mine and Sally's last holiday, Shell Island. And you'd get these jellyfish that were like they'd kind of almost buried themselves in the sand, waiting for the tide to come back in to sort of loosen the sand up a little bit, so they could just go off and do their thing, you know. Amazing. I love nature, I do. Where are we? You know what's scary? How many people are going on the skinny jab? I knew that was going to happen though, Carly. You know, fucking lazy, you know. They're taking a slimming jab. Again, it's convenience, you know. It's lazy. It's fucking lazy. And none of these lazy fuckers, right, will have asked, what's in it? What's mRNA? What's mRNA mean? You know, they don't ask. They just think, oh, you know, they look in front of the mirror and they go, I'm so fat, ain't it? You know, when all they need to do is follow those 3 simple rules, and I'll say them again, I've said them 1,000 times. Eat better, eat less, do more. That's it. That's it. You know, people that take these pills, of which we have no idea what the side effects are going to be, you know, because if memory serves me right, you know, people, you know, just fucking get fit. And do you know what? If you do enough exercise where you feel fucked, you know, you're drenched with sweat, right? You think, I've got nothing left in me. That's it. I've got nothing left in me. Do another 5 minutes, right? And the endorphins that you'll get from that, better than any drug. So because of that drug that you've created in your own body, you know, it's not like some shady little fucking hooded bloke on the street corner flogging you something, you know. It's a naturally occurring chemical in your body, and it makes you feel amazing. It does. So it's a win-win. Eat less, eat better, do more. That's it. These people who take these pills are just lazy cunts. That's all they are. Bloody hell, Rose Hippie guy. You could double for Billy Connolly, yeah? Did Billy Connolly, I don't think he ever did this. I liked him, by the way. He was lovely. Nice guy, you know. I'm not sure. Is he still alive? I know that he's got some sort of debilitating disease that's eating away at him now. It's just very sad. Very sad. But he's a very intelligent comedian. But yeah, I think I do recall him having something like this. It's just very practical. That's all. To why I haven't gone in yet. Right, hold on. Right. Me too. Why I haven't gone in. This must be doing people's heads in when I'm reading these comments out, you know, because my eyes read them really quickly, but to go from my eyes through into my brain and then out through my mouth, there's some sort of delay. I can't explain it. Because I think some people think, can you even read? He's fucking thick, he is. Right, Lana me. Why I haven't he gone? Why I haven't he got? And he's talking to Lana, and Lana's Scottish as well, so she'll get all this. It'll be like normal, you know. See a lot of washed up on the shore. Some of them, yeah. You see, we're seeing a lot of things washing up on our shores now. It's not good. Right, so lock fin is a sea lock tea. Get some freshwater ones. Well, lock fin pronounced fine. It's 50 miles long and longest sea lock in Britain. I didn't know that. Oh, can you imagine camping on the shores of that? But then this time of year, it's just fucking mozzie city. Not mozzie. What are they? Those the things that swarms of them. They just keep fucking biting you and biting you and biting. There's nothing you can do about it unless you're covered from head to toe, and you've got a head net. A head net. These head nets, £2.50, £3. They weigh next to nothing. They scrunch away to nothing. They're worth having, you know, for what they do. Because we know that they've weaponized mosquitoes in the past. We know that they're probably still doing it now because they're the perfect, you know. It's like, no, I'm not going for another jab. I don't want to go for another jab. I don't want any needles going in my arm. These mosquitoes can do it for them, you know. So, where was I? Some buying it probably. Yeah, it is a shame. This weight loss pill. Oh man, I mean, what is in it? I mean, what's it doing to people? You know, this is what we're having to tolerate. Stupid people, you know, not thinking things through. You know, 2020. It's like, oh, save Granny. Year later, myocarditis, dead. Midges, that's it, Lana. Yeah, midges. Yeah, they're fucking prolific. You know, up there, I'm not sure what's happened to that. I'm gonna have to roll another one. But yeah, midges, that would drive me nuts. So I would have to be completely protected because they do bite you. You know, they do bite. It's not going to take a chunk out of your arm. You know, but if you've got swarms of them around you, and I mean proper swarms. I went for a walk earlier on and I was talking to Lana on the phone, you know, just having a bit of a stroll, getting the girls on the second walk. And I was walking into swarm after swarm after swarm. Now, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, maybe, I would have been thinking, this is really fucking getting on my tits. They're going up my nose, they're going in my eyes, they're going in my mouth. I'm eating the bugs, you know. But now, when I see these swarms of insects, it's a relief, you know. It's a relief because they're being killed off left, right, and centre. And a lot of these pollinators, you know, when they've gone, not good. SMO Capas, I'm sorry I missed you there, mate. I didn't see you. I got waffling. It's not the beard that makes you look like Billy Connolly. It's the haircut on top. Did he have a bald head? I always remembered Billy Connolly as having like shoulder length hair with a what would a woman call it? A demi wave, you know. So he's always a long hair. I can't imagine Billy Connolly with having a shaved head. That's a new one on me. Was on about the jellyfish washing up long. Right, yeah. You mean on the sea, on the actual beaches? Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's getting damaged in our oceans, and I believe it's all man-made because I think that these And I really don't fucking like calling them elites, because they are elite in nothing. Nothing. And I believe that they've got, so many places they can go with state-of-the-art technology, air scrubbing technology that was mastered on the ISS, water purification systems to the point where they can just reuse the same water over and over and over and over and over. State-of-the-art hydroponic systems in there. Well, the list goes on and on and on. So whilst these absolute cunts are in their little bunkers, we're out here going bonkers, because they've got all of the tech to grow proper, half decent organic food. They'll have systems in place, state of the art, whilst we're left to fight over scraps. Well, we won't, Be prepared. Midge nets for the Scottish midges. Yeah, I've got plenty of head nets that tuck in, and again, they don't take any space up. I've got really behind on the chat here. I'm sorry, guys. I really don't like doing that. So yeah, Skygirl, Scottish midges, are they like same, or have they got like an accent? But yeah, I do know that there's more up there than, because they come off the locks, don't they? They breed in the locks and that, and it's just swarms of them, clouds of those things. Midges, midges, near too bad at the moment. I think it was kind of late May, mid to late May when they come out, isn't it? So you've got it all to come, China. Beautiful here. Came with an acre of land as well. Every day I wake up and give thanks for what we have, for what we were able to live, love, and it here. Yeah, that sounds amazing, mate. Are you growing your own food? Because you can do quite a lot with that land, a lot, But again, it's just keeping it disguised, because if the food runs out, like, I know where there's some food. He's been growing it. This is why allotments are a great idea for maybe this year, but maybe this year only, because people will just be thinking, where can I get food? Where can I get food from? Where can I get fruit from? Where can I get this? Where can I get that? And they'll be attacking all the allotments. They will, Good luck with them trying to get any of my shit. And you should be doing the same. Fuck me, did you see that? Like a Bunsen burner. That nearly took my eyebrow off. Let's put that out of the way. Somewhere safe. Yeah, midges. But again, when I was walking down the path, when I was taking the girls out for a walk earlier on, it was just swarm after swarm after swarm. And then you'd hit one swarm, and then you're walking along, this fucking swarm's just following you along. Like, fuck off. Just go away. I've just eaten two of your mates. I wonder if Herb Robert would work as a midgie repellent, because people swear by it being a mosquito repellent. Just saying, and it grows everywhere. Avon Dry Oil Body Spray, the original woodland fresh one. The midges hate that stuff. That's great if it's completely natural. Lana, can you send me a link? I'd really appreciate that. So I can look into it, because I would like to get some sunbathing done for the first time in 3.5 years, 4 years. First time. I've just not been interested. But I would like to be able to just catch some rays this summer. Yes, I've heard of the Avon oil. Yeah, do you remember the old Avon? Avon calling. That's what they used to say. You know, it's so British. You know, I fucking love my country, and that's what I'm saying. This is what I will fight to the death to protect it. I will. You know, and I know I'm not the only one. I love my country and its little ways. Yeah, because there are a few out there, but I'm wondering if Herb Robert, but then if Herb Robert is kind of got some sort of dye in it or something like that. Again, there could be something, but then it's been proven to be non-toxic. So, but I will look into that. I've heard of it. Yeah, Avon calling. I didn't even see that Sky Girl. It just came straight to my head. The good old days, you know. And everyone would buy something, you know. They used to make a mint. It was a really, really good business model. Really good. Because it was the original one. And then after that, you had like your Tupperware and stuff like that. And then, you know, various other things. But nothing was quite like Avon, you know. I wonder if it's still in, you know. I've not had an Avon catalogue posted through my letterbox for easy 5-6 years. And but we never bought from them, you know. So we just kind of just leave it on the doorstep. Cardio is bad for you if you do too much. I only walk, never use my cardio in the gym. Bro, I've got to disagree with you there, mate. Cardio, I mean, when I'm training, you know, that's my whole body, being used, and those endorphins can only be reached through exertion, in my opinion. I'll be sat in my shed with a cigar. Just picturing you there, Carly, with a cigar, a big fuck off fat Cuban one like that. You blow it out and it's just like fog, you know? And then you look around at someone looking at you smoking a cigarette and you just take it out of your mouth and go, "What are you fucking looking at?" I can picture you being quite feisty, Carly, shall we say. The shotgun, don't touch them cabbages, boy. Oh, I love that, Carly. It's fucking brilliant. It's just the last thing you'd expect someone with a gun to say to you, you know? It's like, get the fuck away from my cabbages. Mental. Love it. Garden as well, but let me just go up a little bit. I missed a little bit. I don't like to miss out on you guys' comments. It won't go up. Right. Okay. Where's everything gone? So I just missed out on loads of comments. It's just jumped on me. Yeah, I was thinking that, Sky Girl. You know, GP kickbacks, just like they did with the jabs. It did cross my mind, you know, and it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all. You know, like I said, if you go into your doctor and the first few questions are, how much do you drink alcohol? It's a bit much, that. You know, do you think you could cut down a little bit with your blood pressure? Do you smoke? You smoke how many a day? Maybe cut down to 5. You know, are you sleeping okay? If you're not getting all of those questions from your GP, you're not dealing with a healer, you're dealing with a dealer. They should be asking you about your lifestyle choices so that he can do a proper diagnosis, you know? I fucking hate them, I do. Hate them. They're only good for diagnosis, in my opinion, now. They've lost all credibility from me. Sorry, didn't explain this. It's all right, Sky Girl. I get a bit ahead of myself, and then I think the chat's just slightly behind. So sometimes I just lose context in stuff. Yeah, Billy Connolly will always be a legend, you know, really, really intelligent, really articulate, really talented, really funny man, you know, quite political. Yeah, his take on all of this would be interesting, and he would have never, ever, ever, ever dreamed of going down the woke route in order to sell tickets. You know, he wouldn't have sold his soul. Carly, I'm starting gym Tuesday. Check me out. Go for it, but don't let it be a waste of gym membership. I've said loads of times in loads of my videos and in the lives, you can turn your house into a gym. You can do it. Everything you need is there. You know, I was going to say bar lifting weights, but that's doable. You know, everything you need is in your house. Going to a gym, it's a double-edged sword, really, because you've got you're going in there because you're thinking, oh, I could do with losing a few pounds, and I do want to get fit and healthy because of the shit that's coming down the track. So you are risking going in there and feeling body shamed by all of these blokes fucking grunting away off the tits on steroids, and then these athletic women in there that are kind of, you know, they're completely flat in all directions, you know. But that can motivate you going to a gym, especially if you get someone that works at the gym to come over and say, look, these are the things I want to work on. Can you give me some advice? They're paid employees. That's what they're there for. So if you're thinking, I want to get, but the vast majority, right? I can't remember the percentage now. It's eluded me, but oh, it's fucking gone. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. I do apologise. I meant to. It was something to do with Billy Connolly. Yes, right. So if Billy Connolly was here now, right, and he was there in sort of 2020, he would have been like us. He would have been like, hell to the fucking no. I'm not having it. That shot in my arm. He was a lovely man. Lovely man. But hey, Francis, give it a go. I would recommend a pay-as-you-go gym Just that, so that way, you know, if you go there and you're surrounded by absolute fucking grunting meatheads that are off their fucking tits on steroids, right? And then, so you've got all them to deal with, and then all the women there with fucking, I went to Turkey to get my teeth done, not an ounce of fat on them, not, you know, yeah, no belly, no nothing really, no personality, just obsessed. But on the flip side of that, you could end up surrounding yourself with people that are motivated. So if you're surrounded by people that are motivated, you will become motivated, right? It's the crowd. It's something about the power of the crowd, you know. So if your favorite football team scores a goal, you're all in unison, you know. A mad, amazing sort of dance anthem comes on in a pub with a dance floor. You're fucking on that dance floor, and so is everyone else in that age group, you know. So yeah, going to a gym surrounded by motivated people might motivate you. But utilize the staff there and just say, look, this is what I want to work on to start off with. With anyone going to the gym for the first time, I would always say, start on your core, work on your core. Well, that's just my opinion. But yeah, good luck, Francis. Good luck. I hope it works out for you. SMO Cafas. It's not the beard that makes you look like Billy Connolly, it's the hair. Oh, I've read that. Fucking hell, I thought, oh my God. Oh man, I'm miles behind. I don't know how that's happened. Wow. Wow, Lorna, hey, I didn't even know you could get, I didn't know you could put links into the, I think that might just be a moderator thing. I think you can do things like that as a moderator. But yeah, so going back to you, bro, I do think cardio is really good for you as long as you know your limits. How brilliant you have some land and can get the fresh salmon. Yeah, it is amazing, especially if you like salmon. I'll be sat in my shed with a cigar. Oh yeah, right. Oh my God, I'm so far behind. AT, why we moved here to get off grid and grow as much food as possible. Only a wee village, about 100 folk at most, about half Scots, other half English. I know someone else that's moved from where she was living to a house that's just fucking, you know, so exposed in the middle of nowhere, but she's got this like boundary fence, and on the other side of it, it's just like lambs and sheep, and you know, it's amazing. It's amazing. And her village is about half an hour walk, and there's a monastery there, but there are different types of monastery and there are different types of monks, and some monks, you know, are a little bit odd, you know, and this monastery where she lives attracts all manner of batshit bonkers people from all over the country. And I'm pretty sure that on her first after about a month of living there, because she's not long lived there, after about a month of living there, she would have probably be thinking, what the fuck? You know, there's a concentration of women just laughing at nothing and hitting drums, but just laughing, just, you know. And then you've got she sent me a little video clip of these people going at it. This monastery attracts people to it, and they're all fucking hell, yeah, away with the fairies. But yeah, whenever I think of somewhere rural in Scotland, it reminds me of the film Calibre. And that's one of the best films I've ever seen, you know, low budget film, proper low budget, you know. But you're on the edge of your seat all the way through. So if you've not seen Calibre, which is based in a small Scottish village, you know, where everyone knows everyone, you get these two outsiders coming in, you know. If you've not watched Calibre already, please watch it. And I recommended to someone earlier on today. I was trying to help her out with an issue with the law, right? I don't claim to be like all clued up on the law and stuff, but I was kind of trying to help her based off my experience and my mistakes. And I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, the food would be beautiful there. Yeah, David, can you find Samphire? Is Samphire like a southern part of the UK? I love the fact that Lana's found a link for Avon. Yeah, I didn't realise you could get links on here. You know, I think it's going to be very, very useful moving forward. Right, so David Williamson about food is bountiful here. That does surprise me, considering your where you are in the hemisphere. You know, looks onto the Argo Forest, so lots of wildlife, deer, pine martens, and squirrels. Oh man, that sounds so beautiful. You know. Avon was great for Mum, that she wanted to earn some. It was good for that, but I'm not. You know, I think it's a bit of a problem now, a bit of a struggle now, because people, you know, they're not the cheapest products. You can get stuff similar for cheaper. Avon stuff does carry a good reputation for being good quality stuff. But people are cutting back on spending on non-essentials. So I think stuff like Avon, it's on its way out the door, which is a shame, because as far as I'm aware, it was a British institute that everyone was aware of, everyone was familiar with, you know. I don't like to see traditions disappear in our country, which is why we need to fight to make sure we keep the ones we've still got. Yada, 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 sells Avon. Yeah, well, I mean, normally, isn't it? It's fucking it's lazy sales as well. It's like, I'm just going to drop that on your doorstep. You know, you should feel responsible because I've got to put food on the table for my kids. So you need to fucking buy something out of that. I'm going. I don't want to talk to you. You know? Then you open the door and you've got this thing there. And you're like, you know? So in its heyday, using that system in its heyday would have been a right money spinner, because you just need to leave loads and loads and loads of things. You don't need to speak to anyone, you know. I used to be a knocker. I used to sell stuff door to door for 2 years, between 16 and 18. And I could sell ice to an Eskimo. I could. But I never ripped anyone off, and I was always honest, you know, always honest. And someone's. Oh, I could tell you some stories, but I won't. Let's stay focused. More welcome to stay at ours if ever make it up. Loads of broom, brother. Oh, mate. David William. I was going to call you David Williams then. David Williams, son of iron, or just David. David. Yeah, that would be. That'd be amazing. Just to see how you've kind of adjusted to become more self-sufficient, which is what all of our goals are. All of our goals are to try and figure out mitigation, if that's the right word. Just trying to think, right, this could happen. How likely is it to happen, and can I afford to put measures in place to combat it? But your number one priority should always be water. Luckily, we have a gym where we don't have all that. I just still be shy, lol. Only to start off with, Francis. Only start off with. I did a yoga class, and I was the only bloke there. And the guy who was taking the yoga class, he was just shit. I've not been back, Where are we? Yeah, hey, if you've got a friend that can go along with you, Francis, you can push each other, try and time it so that you go there when she goes there or he goes there, and just keep pushing yourself. And if there's any particular part of the body that you want to work on, that's one of the staff. That's what they're trained in doing. But to me, it would always be core because it supports my back, Where are we? Concentrate on the core and work outwards. Spot on. The most important is strong core. It is. You wouldn't believe how important that is. And you can reduce a lot because of the kind of lifestyle that we live now. A lot of people have got bad backs, especially in the care industry, or people that used to be in the care industry have got bad backs because of the nature of the job. So you don't need to. If you can work on your core, that will help to support your back. And if you're lucky, you get a nice flat belly as well. Where are we? Yeah, look it up. It was I think it's about 5 years old now. It must be easy 5 years old now. So if you've got the ability, David, to find it, or at least have a look at the gone. I get Samphire from Waitrose, couple of quid. I've never tried it, but I've always wanted to add it to my foraging list, but I don't live anywhere near the sea, and it lives exclusively next to the sea. But it's like it's the ocean's version of asparagus, I hear. Apparently, I don't know. It's on the Gulf Stream tea, so I like the fact you call me T as well, David, because the only people that ever called me T was Sally and her mum. That's it. So it's lovely. Where are we? It's on the Gulf Stream. Yeah, I mean the Gulf Stream. That's kind of moving, and it's because of the fact that they've they've spent so many years interfering with our weather systems that, you know, they just kind of worked by themselves. They didn't need our intervention. They were perfectly okay. But yeah, the Gulf streams are kind of becoming quite erratic on where they are within, you know, the northern hemisphere, which is not good. It's not good. That's right. I've said I've got a reminder here. So the bloke who invented the company that's giving us this antivirus was killed by the establishment. McAfee, top bloke. If you see any videos on McAfee, watch them. You know, he was all you know, on so on edge for so long. You know, it was really hard for people to nail him down for an interview because he was a dead man walking, and that proved to be the case. You know, and he was switched on. He was so fucking switched on because of what he did. You know, he had a lot of government contracts and stuff, and he understood the entire system. And yeah, that just made him a target, unfortunately. You know, really, really nice guy. Really nice guy. But yeah, anyway, I don't want to update with McAfee, so leave me alone. Does a guy by the name of Scott Stevie, when he's knocking, ring a bell? No. This was 1989 to 1991. So, and there were a lot of people doing it, but our team was one of the first to do it. So because it's quite novel, we were making an absolute fortune, you know. And then we had these dodgy bastards that came in, you know, wanted a piece of the action. And then it was just this one time, Busy Bees, they were called, the company. And you'd have one knocking on the front door, getting the attention of a pensioner, whilst the other one goes around the back and robs them. And that gave us all a bad name. That was the end of knocking. That was it. So go for a top up and I'll carry on. Hang in there. I got chills. They're multiplying. So I've put a top on. Oh. Oh, where were we? Find Solfeggio frequencies on YouTube, very soothing, and they actually heal. This one of the problems is that we know that sound obviously is frequency, so it does make me wonder and feel maybe a little bit suspicious sometimes of when I'm listening to these kind of guided meditations and stuff like that. That, you know, what do they kind of, you just think about everything, don't you? You scrutinize the shit out of everything now, you know. But yeah, I'll look up that. I'll look that or look that up. Yeah, I'll look into that. Send me an example of it, Lana, and yeah, send it to me. Email it to me, or on X, or text, or whatever. The missus and myself have discussed spending 2 weeks at a time traveling Scotland. We might just take you up on. Yeah, that'd be lovely, you know, because you get to meet. You know, you're going to be meeting a very, very like-minded person if you went up there, you know. And this is why this camp in June is so important, because we'll just be surrounded by the amount. Think about the amount of times of thinking when you've been sat around certain family members, or in a social environment of whatever, a little barbecue at someone's house or whatever, and you've gone along just to show your face and what have you, and just be polite. But after a while, it becomes extremely challenging, because no one knows anything, you know, and we don't want to be doing. I don't do small talk very well. I don't do shallow very well, you know. I'm all or nothing, and yeah, so it's just nice if you're in an environment where you are completely surrounded by people that you know, that you could probably talk to them about absolutely anything, and they would never judge you, with a very high likelihood that they'd agree with you and expand on it. Imagine that, under the stars. Yeah, send me that, Lana. Yeah, right, we'll love it here. Peaceful and beautiful. Yeah. I tuned my guitar up, not yesterday, but the day before. It didn't need much tuning, but I'm going to start getting into playing that again. I can't play any songs, you know, but I know a few chords, and you mess around with a few chords, you can make it sound nice. And it's very, very, very therapeutic, as Michael will know, you know. Where are we? Into research. Yeah, those the alteration of the frequencies. Thanks for that. I'll work it up on YouTube. This is why this Friday Night Live is great. We all swap info and learn new things. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier on Sky Girl, is that this is real wealth. You know, it's got nothing to do with what's in your bank account, nothing to do with the kind of car you got in your driveway or the size of your house. You know, wealth, true wealth is sharing knowledge. You know, I make you richer, you make me richer. You know, I consider myself to be a very, very, very wealthy man, but I've got fuck all in my bank account. That's wealth. That's wealth. Because we all come in from a different angle, with the same aims, the same goals, the same concerns, the same passion. You know, we all come together and converge. Yeah. This is Friday night. Yeah, right. Yeah. So that was going to be the yeah, that was it. So basically, just that having these lives, even though Lana can't hear what David's saying, and David can't hear what Lana's saying, and vice versa. You can't beat that interpersonal connection, and only 10% of your chemistry, your connection with someone else, only 10% of that is non-verbal. So when you meet someone in person that's got the same thought process as you have, the same concerns that you have, the same interests that you have, the same theories, similar theories, just very, very similar mindset. You can't put a price on that. You can't. And that's wealth. Used to work in the same labs. Peter Mansfield, Nobel Prize winner, came up with the MRI scanners. That was a game changer. In hospitals that are not. So that's what I mean. You know what? Again, fuck me. That's fucked. Right. England changed the world more than any other country, as far as we know, because we know that information is being manipulated, and there are so many things from the past that I have questioned and found lots of evidence of. So they are altering our history. It's like, what is real history now and what isn't? We start questioning all of this. Yeah. Are you off to bed, Ray? Sleep well, lass. Where are we? Hello, Ruth. You all right, sweetheart? Ruth, aka Butterfly. What a lovely, lovely username that is, and it's very her. She had a channel. Have you put anything up recently, Ruth? Because I've not had any notifications or anything like that. Have you started off on your canning yet? Hey, are you risking it for a biscuit? I reckon once you've got going, you'll be like, oh, this is fucking great. Because I'm packing a ready-made meal in a jar that I've used the contents of already, and I can reseal it and stick it away as a ready meal that you've cooked. These ready meals, these Frey Bentos ones, and all these other ready meals, right? They're all processed to some degree, which is why I'm so passionate about you creating your own supplements, to offset the unhealthy part of what a lot of shelf stable food is, yeah, I think it's important. Cymatics. Yeah, I was thinking that, Ruth. Where the fuck did that week go? Where did it go? And Again, going back to that little tiny short that I did, life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and take a look around once in a while, you can miss it. And I agree, which is why it's important for people to get stuck in and get involved with nature, especially like planting your own food, because you're going to get a return on that effort, and it's going to be very good quality food. Supermarket, my opinion, supermarket organic vegetables and fruit, get guerrilla gardening. In fact, Ruth offered to send me some seeds. Ruth, type into the chat what those seeds are called, because we need stuff that's we could potentially get 2 harvests out of in 1 year, and then have the potential for conserving it, preserving it, and Ruth made me aware of fucking that's on again. 3-cornered. Ruth, help me out. It's a 3-cornered leek, right? And apparently they're an extremely invasive plant, but you can eat the bulb. They're like little chunky spring onions, really. So instead of the spring onion going all the way down to a point, it comes down and bolts out. And if you plant them in the wild, they just take over. And she's offered to send me some seeds, bless her, which is really nice. And I've looked into it, and it is quite a fast turnover, and it's not hard to grow, not hard at all. A little bit like garlic, you just can't fail with it. You can't fail with it. Everything is frequency and vibration, David. It is. But you try explaining that to the average normie, and they'll be like, "Are you all right?" That's the kind of response you get, and it's madness. It's utterly fucking mental, right? When you think about it, because the stuff that we come out to the normies about and discuss, right? They look at us as tinfoil hat wearing absolute fucking nut jobs that need locking up securely. But the absolute opposite is the case. We are the voice of common sense. Not only are we the voice of common sense, we're steadfast, strong, and knowledgeable, and that is a bit of a rarity at the moment. But yeah, good to see you, Ruth. Good to see you, lass. So that was my question, Ruth. Have you done any more videos? So I've not looked. I've not had any notifications. I've got all my notifications switched on. Because to anyone that's not watched any of Ruth's videos, she's so lovely. She's just so lovely. She's got a really kind, sweet heart, and the cutest little giggle as well. And I'll say now openly, you know, that a couple of years ago, I found this YouTube video and uploaded it, and it was loads of little tips and tricks, but nothing particularly interesting looking back. And Ruth criticised me on that, saying, what's this? I can look anywhere on the internet for that. And I took offence to it. I felt like it was a personal attack on me. And I mentioned it in a video. But then I felt bad about doing that, about shining a light on one person. But I do genuinely believe that Ruth actually gave me the kick up the arse that I actually needed to move forward with this and the channel and our little tribe. She was either directly or indirectly responsible for me knocking out content on almost a daily basis, doing live streams every Friday. So thank you, Ruth. Everything, well, where are we? I don't like keep saying because I sound like a really old, really old Scouser. I love accents. I love them. Here's one for you. Oh, bloody. Fucking bastard, fucking bloody. What do you mean? What do you mean she's 13? Oh, no. She's 3 years too old. Bit of dark humour there for you. Well, that's what we do. We're British. There isn't a nation on earth that can meet our dark sense of humour. Not one. Because we use it, another not fucked in the head British person will get that, you know. It's just, yeah, what a complicated world we live in. Where are we? You can eat anything: flower, stalk, leaf, and the bulb. Right, I'll tell you what, you know, because so what? Oh, right, yeah, right. So I'll get back to you, Ruth. Just bear with me one sec. So Ruth's offered to send me some of these seeds for these 3-cornered leeks that grow proficiently, and you can eat the whole thing. So my equivalent to that of what I've started growing this year that I've not grown before is something called Welsh onions, and they've been grown in the UK for potentially thousands of years, and you can't go wrong with them. You just can't go wrong with them. They're like garlic. You just can't go wrong with them. Welsh onions. So if you want to pot a load of kind of edibles, and you're limited to space, or you're living in a flat, or or a terraced house that's not got anything and no frontage whatsoever, that's always an option. You know, we're solution based, and if you want to grow as much as you possibly can, first of all, consider buying the book All You Can Eat in 3 Square Feet. That would be my first recommendation to give you some inspiration. Although I'm sure there's plenty of videos out there saying vegetables to grow in limited space. Just you could type something like that if you wanted to. But if the internet went down, you'd still have the books. You know? Books are everything right now. But yeah, I'll email my address to you, Ruth, and if you want to send them my way, that'd be very lovely. But at least let me know your bank account details so I can just send you something, you know, for at least to cover the postage. And when you send me your bank account details, just let me know what the sort code is and the security number on the back of your card and that. And yeah, sound. Oh dear. 3CL taking over my front garden. They've crowded out the daffodils in 2 years. That's a shame. That is a shame. Who's 3CL? Love British sense of humour. What keeps me sane and keeps me going never change. T lol. I never will, mate. We've always managed to ensure that we can interject some humour in there somewhere, you know, because it creates balance. That yin yang sign again, it's very important. We have to maintain balance. So yeah, we'll talk about some dark stuff. We'll talk about craziness of this the whole of Western civilization. But even though we cover it and we discuss it, it doesn't impact us because we do it in a very, very light-hearted way, you know, and throw a bit of humour in there now and then because it's important, and it just makes everything a little bit easier to swallow, you know. But I'll never change, David. You know, I am what I am, as they say. I will be clearing it out after it's dead of later years. I will keep some, but we'll need to keep it in check in future. Yeah, I'll probably be planting it in tubs. To be completely honest with you, I reckon I could fit quite a few in a wide tub, you know. But people think that anything that grows that's sort of like that thick, anything that grows like that, they think that they can just cram it all into, because it's all vertically growing, cram it all into one small space. Whereas that's just not always going to work, because you don't want the roots, the really fine roots, intermingling with the really fine roots of another one, and so you have to kind of give them a little bit of space in between. I emptied a whole packet of those Welsh onions down there in that old shelving unit. Terry, white. Tashini sign, white. Resla paper, white. What I'm growing all of those Welsh onions in, white. It's an old shelving unit that someone left at the bottom of the garden. I thought, I'll have that. I'll find use for it. Oh, I love it when she dreams. All I can do is imagine, and only sentient beings dream, you know. First I thought you were going to do Naveed from Still Game. Then I realised where you were going with it. Who's Naveed? Who's Naveed? Let me know who Naveed is, Lana, and what sort of accent Naveed would have, and I'll do one for you. You know, I'm here to lift you up. Where are we? Yeah, cheers, Ruth. It's taking over the world. You know, 10 years time. What's for dinner? Well, I'm afraid it's three-cornered leek. I'm afraid, but we had that for breakfast and dinner, and yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that. I know. It was someone called Ruth that I got to know a few years back, and she's responsible for the fact that nothing else can grow in this garden apart from these fucking three-cornered leeks. So I do apologise for your lack of nutrition now and the fact you've got rickets, because I've just been feeding you three-cornered leeks for the last 3 years. Oh dear, oh me. Dear, oh me. Yes, right, 3CL. You see, I've got so many fucking abbreviations in my head now. I've got no room for more. None. You know, it took a while. I was bigging up fucking apple cider vinegar years ago, right? Saying how amazing it is for your gut and your gut health. And then I got a few messages saying, blah 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 ACV, and I'm thinking, what the fuck's ACV? And this wasn't just one. This was a few emails, a few comments in some of the videos and stuff, and just ACV. I'm thinking, what the fuck is ACV? But I didn't want to come across as stupid by asking. But in actual fact, I already was stupid, because it was something that I've been promoting for the last 2-3 years. Apple cider vinegar. But it just, the penny didn't drop, you know? Sometimes we get like that, you know? Love it when dogs do that when they're asleep. Yeah, it's the cutest. I would love to be able to get inside her mind and envisage, or sort of kind of, you know, wirelessly transmit it onto the screen so you could see what she's seeing, you know. But they're both very, very chilled. The warm is kind of he says he's got a top on, a little bit cold still. Yeah, wouldn't it be lovely for us to be able to kind of vision or dream with them so we can see what they're dreaming about? Because not so much Zephyr. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen Zephyr do it. Ever. Never seen a dream. But Storm does it a lot. And she'll be galloping along and, you know, trying to bite stuff and all manner of stuff. She's very entertaining to watch. She's amazing. Amazing. Don't let the flower head hang down over the tub if you don't want to use or pull up. Make sure you use flower head instead of the pot. I think I understand what you mean there. You will find out, Terry, how bad it is. I'm really looking forward to it, because at the end of the day, whenever someone turns around to me and says, right, there's this invasive species, right? And so you're automatically thinking, right, something that obviously kind of repropagates, just self-propagates itself, bang, 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 all over the place. And that it's an invasive species, blah, 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 blah. To be honest with you, when it comes to self-sufficiency and guerrilla gardening, stuff like that makes all the difference, because you want stuff that's going to be able to multiply. You want stuff that's going to be able to be reliable and grow quickly, and something that's easy to save the seeds from, so you can do the same again the following year, you know. I love all onions of all varieties, so I'm pretty sure I like that one, Ruth. I will send you my I'll send you my address. Oh, that was fucking hard. Well, yeah, David. Yeah, I was just ACV. What the fuck's ACV? What's ACV got to do with the video I've just put out about apple cider vinegar? Seriously. That was my thought process. Fucking ridiculous. You couldn't make it up. I need to send you some still game DVDs to introduce you to Naveed. Is there any? Is he on YouTube or anything, Lana? Because I'm so fucking curious now. I want to know what it looks like. I want to know what he sounds like. Is he British? You know, does he have an accent? Is he Scottish? Oh, they are. They are. They're lovely. They're so lovely. She's just started drinking. Whoa. Yeah, I've got noise cancelling on as well. And what a dog drinks for this length of time? Is that normal? Oh, fucking Nora. I wonder what would happen if I open this up on the screen whilst I'm in the middle of a live stream. I wonder if it's possible for me to share it in the corner of the screen. Right, so I've given it a little bit of a drag and drop thing to see if that would work. Hold on. I would like to enhance your viewing experience at some point, because we never ever did live streams, you know, for over 4 years, because I couldn't do it on my phone. And then my dad gives me a laptop, bang, game changer. Right, it's not giving me any options there. So if I click on this, and nothing's happening, or is it working its way up? This way, it's so slow. This computer's so slow. But oh fuck. Right, it's just sent me onto another tab. Let's get rid of that and get back to normal. Let's resume. Whoa, thought I'd lost you there. You see, I don't know how to bring things onto the screen, you know, and I know that most channels do that, but I've always been very, very organic. You know, I don't edit. You know, the most editing you're ever going to see really is me adding a bit of music over a lovely short. You know, that's it. And yeah, and just want to go down just want to touch on the whole elections thing, right? So you can either switch off now or come back in a bit or whatever, right? But I'm going to get my fucking 10 pence worth in here. Okay? So people are voting for freedom and control of our borders, right? But these are local elections, right? And I've always said that I believe that many of the members, a lot of the people that would have been canvassing for reform in your area would, I think most of them, you know, I wouldn't say almost all, because they can't be that fucking stupid, right? I think they have their best intentions with there, you know, but it's the leadership. It's a bad party. It's a terrible party. So we used to call, you know, Labour Conservatives. It's been like that for God knows how long. You know, oh, I'm sick of Labour now. Let's go for the Tories. Oh, I'm sick of Tories. They've ruined this country. Let's go to Labour. Oh, Labour's ruining this country. Let's get back to the Tories. Right? Reform is an illusion of choice. You know, and all of the you know, Tice. You know, no jab, no job, Tice. So, and he pretty much started. It's all been planned. So you've got the twin parties, which are both same dog, different haircut, Labour and the Tories, right? So now they've introduced reform, right? It's like, come to us, you know, we'll sort everything out for you. No, I didn't know that was a no jab, no job. I didn't know this. I didn't know that. Yes, you fucking did. You're a fake Farage. And there isn't one single person, not one, that can point out in all of his years of being involved in both British Parliament and European Parliament, right? Name one thing that he's managed to achieve, apart from convince gullible people to vote for him. One thing that he's pledged and carried out to the end, to the letter. Name one. And don't say Brexit. You know, fucking hell. So the leadership is rotten to the core. It's the leadership that people should be paying attention to, not the members underneath. The leadership. That's what they should be paying attention to, because that's what you're voting for. I didn't go out and vote today. Fuck that. I've made it so ridiculously crystal clear to everyone, right? I genuinely believe 100% that there is absolutely no way of voting our way out of this madness. So it doesn't matter where you put your cross, you know, wherever you are at the ballots, you know, doesn't matter. There's only one way that's going to turn this around. In fact, I don't know if any of you guys are subscribed to the Angry Bootneck. I think he's a very, very funny, very witty guy. He's an accomplished soldier, ex-soldier, sorry. And he's got a great sense of humor. He's really, really sharp, really, really fast with his humor, which I like, you know. But considering he has served time in actual combat, now he's running a YouTube channel. I think, at least on the surface, he's a reform supporter. Now, because I know what I know, right? And it's undisputable and irrefutable, right? So the angry bootneck was pretty much basically saying that he thought that it's a good thing that Reform are taking seats. I'm just sat there thinking this is pointless. This is pointless. You know, you've seen combat, right? You're now living in another country, in California, away from all of this shit, and yeah, I would have expected better, you know, because he responded to me, you know. So my comment this is so he did respond. You see that? And I like him, you know, and like I said, he's seen combat, and he has mentioned a few times my way of thinking, the anarchy side of things, you know. Again, it's got nothing to do with blowing up people's houses and burning their cars, none of that, hopefully. So my question was, people who think that we are going to vote our way out of this madness are utterly naive, with their heads either in the clouds or up their arses. That's what I put. If you go and look at his last video, I think it's the first comment. So his reply was, "It's a ghost of a chance, but we lose nothing by trying. If it comes to it, we can do things the hard way, but you miss all the shots you don't take." And I do kind of get where he's coming from, but I still believe that voting is futile. It's absolutely rigged against you. And it always has been. You know, these people aren't elected, they're chosen. So, and then I look into Farage's history and his connections. I look into Ty's his history and his connections, and I see all you know, potentially millions of my Englishmen and women going and voting Reform. Just utterly naive. It's pointless. It's pointless. We aren't going to vote our way out of this, and there will never be another general election. You know, I'm telling you. I think when you because we are thinkers, we spend a lot of time thinking, you know. So we end up drawing our little conclusions based on absolute logic, you know, and patterns and little pieces of the puzzle kind of coming together and stuff like that. You know, we do that, and we do that quite well, I believe. We aren't going to vote our way out of this. And I think the sooner that people get their heads around that, the more prepared you'll be. Or our Ruth is handing out these seeds like sweeties, bless her. Actually, Ruth, if you can just just put your address in the chat. I'm only joking. Where are we? Yeah. So if you can email this is what I love this, you know, and we were really restricted before, you know, so I'd do little walk and talks or prep videos or go around my garden, and then I'd post it, and then you'd comment, and then I'd respond to your comment. You know, we are literally all together in real time, albeit from a virtual perspective, you know, but we're all together, you know. So yeah, whoever wants any of, but then think about the postage that Ruth's going to be, you know. I have to think about stuff like that. But that's so lovely of you, Ruth. It really is. Sadly, the masses think that their vote counts and they have some kind of influence. As the song by Imagination, it's just an illusion. Illusion. He had a right fucking deep voice, he did. He must have had massive bollocks, you know, because I think the smaller the bollocks, the more. And then you've got the big bollocks going, illusion. But it is just an illusion. It is. It's all fucking circus. So, and whilst so many people are focusing on this circus, they're not looking at what's going on over there. You know, with the war, with when I say the Zionists, right? Again, I don't mean all of the Jewish people living in Israel. Of course I don't, because there are people in Israel that are just as blinkered and unaware of the situation as much as we've got in this country and any other developed country, you know. But Israel's a proper little fucker. It really is, you know. I mean, again, going just very briefly, going back to 1948 when Israel was created, it was massively populated over a very, very short span of time. But you had the initial exodus to Israel, and all of these Jews immediately after World War II. Where did they all come from to repopulate an entire country? I know. Anyway, I'm going off piste. And you're right, Lana. You can't vote your way out of tyranny. There's only one way. And the fact that our squad is, you know, I mean, Marines and stuff like that. I mean, I have heard some people saying it's a psyop. You know, he's part of this. You know. I don't think he is. I think he's sincere, you know, and that's why I put that post in the post section to say that if you lead by example, you'll inspire others to do the same, and you will. It's a knock-on effect. It's you know, it's proper social science 101. It is. So the fact that we've got lots and lots and lots of military personnel, army, the Navy can go fuck themselves for helping. It's all right, we'll come over and help you. Come on, we'll give you safe passage all the way back. You know, the Navy on one side, fucking. I don't think the Navy's out there now because they're out into where they should be minding their own business at the taxpayers' cost. Right, hold on. Sadly, the masses think that their vote counts, and Sky Girls, they've been programmed all their lives. and we were never programmed. We might have been to some degree, but likely very, very past tense. But since that moment of true awakening that we can all remember, that moment, I've explained mine, I won't go through it again, right? But that moment where everything just converged into your head to the point where, you know, it was just fucking hell, you know? And but that's kind of, it sums us up, that we are generally quite rebellious by nature. We are very, very caring. We are considerate. We are empathetic. We are compassionate. We've got all of those beautiful traits, but our patience is wearing thin because of the masses. They can't see past their noses because they're so twisted into the system. But not all of them, you know. I've had a few people come around where I've thought, nah, there's no point even fucking talking about that, Terry, you know. And but then all of a sudden I can't help myself. Oh, it's bastard gorgeous, that is. Freshly squeezed orange juice as well. And I'm drinking out of my lovely goblet that my lovely wife bought me. In order to save ourselves, we have to do it ourselves. Yes, we are 100 and I was going to say 110%. Sally hated that. There's no such thing as 110%. It shouldn't even sound like that. But there is, you know, you can make £110, 110%, 120%, 200% profit on something. So percentages can exceed 100, you know. But yeah, it is frustrating to see so many people still twisted up into the system, still programmed. But people are starting to see through the mist. And, you know, the fact that they came out, again, I don't want to sound like a parrot, but again, the fact that they came out about the chemtrails, right? And so did is he a mayor of Florida? You know, he's spoken out of it. So it's become a little bit more mainstream, which gives us an opportunity. It gives an opportunity to get stuck in there and start talking to people and saying, look, you know, this is what you've been told, but this is the reality of it. And then send them the dimming, or just go, or try and memorize a list of, say, 6 things that's in the average spray that comes from the sky. 6 things. And then just tell them, just say, look up those 6 things. There's no reason for them to be spraying that in the skies to reflect sunlight back out into space. But they're still building solar panel farms. But they want to dim the sun. Just explain these common sense things to people. Just explain them. It will just get them. Not in all cases, again, but if you put it across like that, the way I've just put it across, or some sort of derivative of that, it's going to get them questioning things, because that's a really good point. That makes no fucking sense. You know, we've got a good opportunity here. They have the doomsday clock. The UK is at 12. Wait for the fireworks to come soon. Do you know what? There's a lot of controversy around that doomsday book. Ruth. You know, who set it up? Who's in charge of calibrating it? You know, who says how near us we are to annihilation. Who says this? Who is it? Who is it? You know, the same people that told you that if you didn't wear a mask, you'd catch COVID. If you didn't get a jab, you'll die from this horrific pathogen that never existed. You know, just constant fear mongering, constant, utterly relentless. Yeah. Again, I'm a massive advocate of people leading themselves. I lead myself. You know, I won't have anyone dictate my life to me. It's not happening. You know, whoever they are, whatever they are, doesn't matter. No one dictates. You know, even if I got involved in a traffic stop, I'd pull over, and I'd film it, and I would 100% guarantee I will entertain you. 100%. But you have to have faith in yourself. You know, you've got to have faith in yourself. You've got to be truthful to yourself. And when you start to realize that, just like the Matrix in the film, it's all pretty much an illusion, especially when we look into British politics. It's just an illusion, and yeah, you know, I've just got to admit that I am very disappointed that some of our little tribe will have gone out and voted for reform, and it was a complete and total waste of your time and effort, because nothing's going to change, you know, just because Farage has a few people in the local elections to change anything. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, because they won't have enough power. You know, their next main objective is to consolidate massive, vast waves of area and have a mayor. Now, even our, if I remember right, even our prime minister can't sack the mayor. So, I mean, that poisoned little Islamic cunt of a man, Sadiq Khan, he should never have been. That was rigged. That was rigged to fuck. I know that there's a massive popular. Well, why it's becoming a minority in London? What the fuck? You know, the capital city of the country. So that would have helped, but I still believe that the voting system for him to renew his mayorship, I believe it was all to be fixed. It was all fixed. I do. Same as Labour getting in off next to no votes. It was happening. It was happening no matter what you did. You know, I'm telling you, we are not going to vote our way out of this. It's not happening. And like I said, you know, we've got professional soldiers now that are thinking, what the fuck? You know, my job is to serve and protect my country, and I come home, and all I see is the people I was fighting in that country. And then a lot of these new people that have come to this country are looking at us and thinking, you're all responsible for burning and bombing my village, killing my wife and my kids. network, because there are safety in numbers, you know. Ant Middleton, who was the SAS guy who used to do the TV programs, loads of women, you know, they don't just look at him and they just start dripping. I'm so sorry, that was so oh dear. So Ant Middleton, this ex-SA guy, you know, he's trying to form something, you know. Now I'm watching him, and again, it takes a lot for me to throw trust in anyone's direction, you know. But he would end up commanding lots of other professional soldiers that have walked away from the army, and these people know warfare tactics, you know. So, and they'll be joining our ranks, or we'll be joining theirs. So have faith. Please have faith in yourself that we will get to the other side of this, but it is going to be so fucking rough. Yeah, Lana, I think I might have missed it. If I've missed anyone's questions or anyone's comments, I do apologise. Never, ever intentional. I just get carried away sometimes. But yeah, Lana, going back up to one of a message that's just disappeared. Yeah, the fear of death is an obstacle for you to fight for your country. One of the reasons why we're in this fucking mess is because so many people were afraid of consequences, and still are. You know, people will just keep paying their council tax even though they don't need to, even though it's actually unlawful on your part to be paying it. But they'll still do it because they know they'll get some shit off the council. They don't want any shit. You know, these people need to start to build up their tolerance, put their Billy Big Boy trousers on, you know, and fucking grow a pair of balls. It's as simple as that. But yeah, forget about, look, you are gonna die. One day you are gonna die. But you know, we don't know when or how. We just don't know. But we know it's inevitable. So me personally, I will die fighting because it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do, you know. I love my country, and I fucking love my countrymen and women. And, you know, a chunk of them are not white, you know, but they love our country too, and they respect it, and they respect its little traditions, and, you know, they just kind of merge in with it, you know. So so if you went out today and voted, it was a complete and total waste of your time, and you were probably given a pencil to vote. So in case you voted in a box that they didn't want you to vote in, they could just rub it out and reapply it. You know, the system is corrupted and rigged against you. And once everyone starts to realise that, and realise that, hold on, if I just grow a pair of balls and fight paying council tax, explaining that it's on Dun and Bradstreet, you're a registered company, a profit-making company, and you can't tell me where my money's going exactly. It's going straight into the main coffers, which is funding warfare. That makes you assisting a terrorist. which you could go to jail for by paying your council tax. Don't be afraid of dying. It's a completely natural part of life, just the same as birth, you know? Just make all of the bits in between before you die count. Just make them count. Do whatever you can, whatever you can. You know, a lot of us have been through a lot. A lot of us have been through, you know, we've experienced what hell is. And again, that's when you say to someone, I've been through hell, and they turn around and say, I've been through hell too. You know, my thought processes would be, at what point would you say that hell was? And I think 9 times out of 10, when they tell me, I'll be thinking, is that it? Is that it? You know, and that's not me being kind of like, my life's been way worse than yours. And it's just, that's just an instant reaction. It's just an instant reaction, because in comparison, you know, so I crawled my way out of hell. And over the last 5 years, I've been on a roller coaster. And a lot of you have followed me and watched me grow, you know? So I've listened and watched videos back 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and I sound absolutely broken, you know. But now I'll fucking take the world on, you know, because it builds things, really bad things in life, build up your tolerance level, right? And once you stop allowing these people to take the piss, you know, you should have said goodbye to bullying when you left school, and in some cases left home. So why are you putting up with it now? Anyway, I refuse to be on the electoral register. It's pointless. The only reason they want us to on the electoral register is to know where we are. It makes it easier to track us. Absolutely, yeah. And then when they send you through the consensus form, and then stating it's illegal if you don't fill this in, just so that they can know how many people are in one property, blah blah blah, how many bedrooms it is, and all of this, right? I've never completed one of them. It's none of your fucking business. None of your business. Keep your snout out. So the sellout landlords will lose in the long run. Yeah, they will. Yeah, because, well, not just the long run, the current run. Because if they're at, because most of these people, right, who are renting their houses to these illegal immigrants, right? Unless they're of a similar descent to these people, I think any indigenous person who does this should be ostracized for it at the highest level, because it's traitorous. Now, some would turn around and say, well, hold on a minute, you know, they've got a portfolio of, say, four properties, right? So they've got 5 houses, right, including their own, 4 other properties that are rented. So it's the tenant's rent that's paying the mortgage and the insurance and the letting fees, you know, from the estate agents, right? So these people that are taking these government offers, which are very, very tempting, you know, if you're struggling to get someone into your house to pay rent so you can pay the mortgage on that house, and you're thinking, I don't know what else to do. I can't get any tenants that are prepared to pay this amount of rent because that's what the going rate is. So they see something like that, and they're told that, you know, there's a potential 6-year contract, more or less, and all of the gas safety checks will be done. Checks on the property to make sure it's not being damaged or anything. We'll do all of that for you. They don't pay council tax, they don't pay electricity, they don't pay water, they don't pay gas, you know, and that rent is being paid for by you. But I think, you know, if I know me, right? If I was in a situation like that and I had a portfolio of properties and I was struggling to rent them, right, I would sell one of them at least to get that money back and then turn it into preps. That's what I'd do. And there shouldn't be, again, so they're offering them, you've got a 6-year, pretty much a 6-year guarantee, right, from the council. Again, your council tax, you know, where's it going? It's going to pay for the rent of these fucking parasites. So the demand of affordable rented housing is, there's not enough. There's just not enough, which is why they're building these new estates left, right, and centre. You know about the one just down the road from me, that direction. Lost all perception of direction for a second. Down there on Bennett Street, there's a complete new estate being built there. Now, I am 99% sure that the vast majority of people that move into those houses are not British. You know, I did post. I think I posted something in X. So I'll go back to that. So these landlords that are caving in to these too good to be true special offers are traitors to the country, and they should be treated as such. They should. Whenever you come up against a problem, whether it's financial or emotional or spiritual, whatever, right? You come up against a problem, right? Find a fucking solution without it being derogatory and risky for your country. Find another way. There's always a way. There's loads of ways. So yeah, anyone that's caved in and rented their house, if they're of British origins, they should be dealt with and treated as a traitor. They should. You know, because these people move in. Anyone that lives nearby their house price goes crashing down if they ever wanted to sell it. You know? Um, yes, David, I do like to swear a lot, but to be dead honest with you, a lot of the time I'll sneak a swear word in there because it keeps the channel low. You know, I don't want to. I need to work the algorithms to our benefit, because the end goal really is to get as many of us like-minded people together in one space as possible. You know, and we are going to get new people that join us. Some people that they might not quite get it, you know, but they will. And if they don't, they'll move on, you know. So I don't know if anyone's noticed that the subscriber count for this channel hasn't changed in about 18 months, roughly about 18 months. It will go up 2 or 3, down 2 or 3. It will go up 5, down 5, and it's being regulated. I see all of these other people on all of these bigger channels, and they just bleep out so many words, you know. So if you're running a channel that's about freedom and about making people aware of what's happening around them, then self-censoring yourself is hypocritical. You know, it is. I don't self-censor myself. I think there's a few times I've kind of chosen different words from time to time, but not much. You know, well, again, all of these key words in the algorithms that the algorithms don't like, you know, I know them all, and that's why I say them. I think I've missed an important. You see, I got chatting to someone today who's worried about, because she's from Wales, and she's worried about the speeding notices, right? Which is an extra. It's £100 and an extra, depending on how fast you were doing, you know. So it's £100 fine standard, and then 3 points on your license. Now, living in Wales, where there are so many roads where it's just 20 miles an hour, which is fucking ridiculous. And these people have got no right to try and extract and extort money out of you. Because if there's no victim, right? So there's no victim. That's it. That should be it. That should be the end of it. You know, these cameras that pick you up, right? Hold on. So where's the victim? And on top of that, they need, you can take a speeding notice all the way to court. You know, but you're better off just ignoring it, all of it. And I'm hoping that she's feeling a little bit more comfortable and confident now, because I didn't just I wasn't as flippant as this, you know. It was a lot more detailed. But I'm in a similar situation. I'm waiting for them to come knocking on my door, or for me to get a summons, you know, or the bailiffs to turn up for various other reasons. I can't wait for them to turn up. I want them to turn up, because it'll make for great fucking content. That's for sure, you know. But it will demonstrate to you how to deal with these people, you know. Own yourself, lead yourself, you know. Just like grinding the farmers down, and then they will buy up. Yeah, exactly. But it's not just that, Ruth. I know I'm behind on the chat now. In regards to that, it's the more land they take up, the less farming can be done. Just like in America, I'm not quite sure what percentage it is now, but I think the last time I looked, Gilly Bates, self-censoring, Bill Gates has bought approximately 70% of all farmland across America. You know, when they start talking about rewilding and all that, I'm all for rewilding. But then, you know, so if our country's adopting the same sort of principle by building housing estates on our green belt and then creating solar farms whilst they're planning on dimming the sun, you know, these are all things that you should chuck at people, you know. Oh dear. But the farmers need to just revolt and revolt and revolt and revolt and revolt, or put all of their properties into trust. But even then, if they put everything into trust, they've got to stay alive for the next 7 years. And no one knows how that's going to go. You know, this is the next 7 years will be the most pivotal, powerful, and most impactful and biggest change in the history of the human race. And we are alive to see all of this unfold. You know, we've got front row seats to the biggest change in spiritual and societal structure. But yeah, that's why I swear, David William, son of Lauren, I swear, because it helps to keep the algorithms down, and also using words like rape or chemtrails or sexual assault or bastard, fucking cunt, any of those words, you know. But there are certain words that I'm seeing a lot of YouTubers using as an alternative of, or bleeping stuff out, just self-censoring. People need to stop self-censoring just because it's going to affect their income from an unscrupulous, morally bankrupt corporation called Google. You know, where are the principles? Where are the principles? Does my fucking head in. I used to watch SAS Recruitment, and I did like this guy because he's down. He doesn't take any bullshit. Exactly, Sky Girl. And but again, the ladies loved him, you know, because he's got these big blue eyes with brown hair, and he's a proper man. He's a man's man, and he's done stuff and survived what he's done mentally. He's survived it to a certain degree. He's written a couple of books. I've not read them because I don't read books. My books are all reference books, you know. But he's as tough as they come, and I think he's trying to run for mayorship next time around in London, and I think he'd do all right. But I believe the system's rigged. So yeah. Oh, there's just so much manipulation. But yeah, Ant Middleton is from so far. I'm keeping an eye on him. You know, so far he seems like a stand-up bloke and passionate about his country. And he has mentioned, you know, being combative, which is how I see this going. You know, Where are we? And on top of the fact that Ant Middleton has a lot of respect from within all of the armed forces, you know, and not just in the UK, any other English speaking country that's got decent soldiers, there's a chance they will have heard of the SAS, and our Marines are maybe as good as, if not a little bit better than the Americans. I do apologize to the Americans, you know, but our army, we train, and our army is very professional. So my cousin, he was in the army for 13 years, right? And he said that he went on so many exercises with the Americans, and so they were acting as the enemy. And you'd have all the Brits kind of like hunkering down and all camoed up and all sort of hidden away in that. And you got the Yanks like, yeah, let's go fucking shoot something. You know, or they could hear them from miles away. But then that's possibly because they didn't take the exercise seriously, because they were up against allies. There were no live rounds, you know. So they just didn't take it seriously, but it was still meant to be a serious drill. And that differs our armed forces from America's, our professionalism. So Ant Middleton will be almost like a pin-up poster of kind of aspirations for many soldiers. So all of these soldiers that are leaving in their droves, and they are leaving in their droves, right, are all going to join with us, you know. So we'll have experienced retired, some retired, experienced professional soldiers with us, shoulder to shoulder with us, you know. And that's a great combination, because they, you know, a lot of them, not all of them, have seen combat, and they'll kind of be almost desensitized to it. So they'll make great leaders, you know, in a war against our government and Islam, because that's pretty much it, really, you know. And there is a third element that I believe is behind the first two. But yeah, Ant Middleton, you know, he seems like a top bloke. It's one of those moths that just eat into your clothes. Where are we? I would stay put. They would have to take you to court to get you out. But then again, the government wants your house. It does, but good luck. You know, in order for me to have this house and not have a mortgage on it, I had to lose the love of my life. So good fucking luck in taking this house from me. And like I said, I can't tell you, if they raided my house tomorrow, right, and they'd have to catch me proper off guard, because anyone that gets into my house is a threat to me, and I will deal with them accordingly under the castle doctrine. I will. You know, you've got no right to be in my fucking house. I've not broken any laws. So I'm gonna. But I've got methods that can take out 10, maybe 15 people in very fast succession, without having anything, you know, illegal in this house. you know. So you get as many men like that as possible. And again, this summer's going to be very interesting because more people were more active than what they're out. They don't mind kind of, you know. But again, people are forgetting about all of the people that played a part in 2020. What's his name? Was it oh fucking hell. Bear with me 1 second. So back in the day when there were the three podiums in 2020, 2021, right? And Valence was one of those people, right? So you would think, off the back of all of the fucking damage that he's done to society, right? Immeasurable damage to society, to this country. So you would think, right, let's just ship him off. Let's move him off, stick him into another job where he's, you know, he's out of the way, but still earning it. I think he's a fucking lord now, or a baron or something like that. You get rewarded for fucking up the real people of this country. You get rewarded for it. So yeah, Patrick Valence, you know, he's a name that I've got a list. I've got a list. If you buy a toilet roll, right, one of the fattest toilet rolls is you can, just 2-ply, but a fat fucking toilet paper, and you wrote down in very, very tiny writing the name of everyone that played a part in the scamdemic, right? You would fill that toilet roll, because you're looking at news presenters, and anything to do with presenting news. So the director, the producer, the anchors, or whatever you want to call them. The list goes on and on and on. You know, GPs. It's like, oh, this is lucrative. You're offering me how much for each jab? You know, GPs. But you need to go right to the top, cut the head off the fucking snake, you know? And I know that Valence and Whitty and, you know, Boris and all that, they're relatively low down, you know? We need to be going right up there. And if we have to do them in, oh, no. There's a war coming. Don't forget about the people that committed all of these atrocities and these crimes against the British people. Don't forget their names. Anyway, yeah, so going back to Patrick Valence, right? So he's been given an extremely senior position in blocking out the sun. So that will be yet another, you know, the worse that gets, and, you know, the more people that die from, you know, kind of, they would have had a few other comorbidities at the moment, but they would have died from respiratory issues and stuff like that because of the shit they're spraying from the skies, and then them dying when they didn't need to die. On top of the fucking genocide of our elderly back then as well. Don't ever forget that. You know, don't forget any of these things, because people have apparently people have an attention span of approximately 3 minutes now. So when I hear people saying, What do you mean you ain't got Insta? Why ain't you got Insta? Or why ain't you got TikTok? You ain't got TikTok. It's 2025. Why ain't you got TikTok? Because it promotes a short attention span. You know? So fuck that. So I've missed out on loads and loads of stuff that people have sent me that's either on TikTok or Instagram, neither of which can be watched unless you've got the actual app. Whereas X is different. I can post X, I can post X stuff. So getting back to the point, right? Don't forget any of these people's names, especially Starmer, his history, the amount of families he's utterly fucking drawn apart and quartered, destroyed them, when he was head of CPS, he was untouchable and did a lot of damage, a hell of a lot of damage. But we don't want to be, so Patrick Vallance is in there with Ed Wankerband. I was able to come up with something better than that, but I didn't want to pause for too long, But yeah, Ed Wankerband and Patrick Vallance are teaming up with the whole sort of, but not so much Ed, because he's focusing on renewables. And again, you should look into money that's just gone his brother's way. That's your money. Your money. They've always lined each other's pockets. They've always been there just to help each other out. All right, mate. I'll sort you out with this. What can you do for me? And that's how it's been, with absolutely no consideration for the people of this country that they are meant to be working for. The whole thing's got to go. Just don't forget any of these names. Don't let anything like that, any major impact over the last 5-6 years, don't let any of that slip away into obscurity. Ever. Because these people need to be brought to justice, and it will be extremely swift. No suspended sentences. No having to feed them for a couple of decades. None of that. Oh. But yeah, you would think they would hide these people away after the damage they've done. But they don't, because they're just so brazen now. They think they can do anything. They think they are utterly untouchable. And they're so far off the mark, it's unreal. Miles off. Again, there are certain people. Again, so I don't know if I mentioned this before, but Troy, the film Troy, where they at the start, more or less at the start of the film, they say, right, well, we'll get our warrior against your warrior, and if our warrior beats your warrior, we're going to take your land. You can still rule it, but you'll be ruling it under our control. And he goes, yeah, all right, yeah, no problem. And he shouts this bloke, and he's a fucking monster of a man, doesn't look human, unless they casted loads of Lilliput people around him. He wasn't that bad, but he was a massive man, massive and fearless. And this small guy, Brad Pitt, just kind of ran at him and just stabbed him in the neck, right? So at one point, and in certain tribes in Africa, they still do this, if they want to settle a score or settle a bet, it's like, I'll send you our best man, You give us your best man and they'll fucking fight it out, you know? And some of it's just for sport. So looking at the Labour Party, I'm looking at their build wise and height wise. I'm looking at Lammy, right? And I'm stating now, you know, to the Labour Party, if he's your biggest warrior, your biggest, tallest, widest, heaviest warrior, right? I'll go up against him on behalf of the British public, and we could make it. You know, they could make it. I'd fucking annihilate him. I'd annihilate him, and then I would put out a press statement saying, "I drank his tears. I drank his tears," and I would. But then I don't know if he's jabbed. But he was famous for saying, "I drink the white man's tears," or the tears of the white man. You know, you can only be, listen to me, you can only be racist if you're white. It's all right for them to get away with it. Oh yes, perfectly okay. It's perfectly fine. You know, for them to be racist against the host people of the country that we gave them an opportunity to live, you know, away from a country where it's corrupt, it's lawless. You know, you're having to do loads and loads of little hustles to make money because there's no benefit system over there or anything like that. So we allow you into our country to change all that, and you take the piss. You take the piss. So I'm sure that, you know, some of you guys, or most, if not all of you, at some point in your life, you will have come across someone, a friend, where you've done them a favour, and then when you could do with a little bit of help, nah, you know. So I don't like ungrateful people, and we are, you know, we are an island of opportunity. You know, it's our little island that changed the technological revolution moving forward in every single country in the world. We are responsible for that. So for people to come over here and just disrespect us and try and take over and impose their own courts and their own law, and think, you know, and saying stuff like, what do bloody bastard? Oh, bloody fucking bastard. Oh, no. What do you mean she is 12 years old? You say she's 12 years old? Too old. Too old. You see, I shouldn't make a joke out of shit like that. But it's the truth. You know, these cultures don't have the same kind of moral compass as the average British person. You know, we have a very, very strong innate sense of what is right and what is wrong. Theirs is very blurred. Or no, it's not blurred. It's not blurred. They just think it's okay. You know, part of their culture to, well, they're following a prophet, a pedo prophet. So that's all right. It's okay. It's in the book. All right. Okay. Sorry. Carry on raping her. Which is what some police have done. You know my views on the police. I'm telling you now, when we get to the other side of this hill, we will police ourselves. And all of these cock-sucking police officers that abuse their powers will probably fall victim, because, you know, they'll have neighbours, plenty of neighbours, where they've gone, how's it going? Yeah, what, either like, welcome to the neighbourhood. My name's Frank. Another Frank. Good to see you. Hope you're settling in all right. But before I carry on, just wanted to just tell you, I'm a police officer. Yeah, I'm a bit of a big deal around here. These people can't keep their fucking mouths shut about what they do. So everyone's going to know. There's going to be a lot of people out there over the next year or so that are going to be looking at the police and thinking, you've aided and abetted third party, in a third party civil matter, you've aided and abetted thugs to take people's homes away, take people's property away, because they get to learn virtually fuck all in their 6 weeks of training to be a police officer. So this is why when they pull you up in your car and you go, what section are you stopping me under? And they'll be like, oh, speeding. That's not a section. Well, it is. I said, but, well, I would say, but where's your evidence? You know, I've got a dash cam that proves you are wrong. They don't like that. They don't like to be undermined. They don't like to be pushed down. They don't like to be belittled, because egos need to keep growing. You know, it's all about their ego. So then they because they don't like being undercut or disrespected, right? Me, I will give people respect if I feel something, you know, chemistry. They've got my respect straight away until they don't. So the police are not very well versed in the law, and they're, you know, 6 weeks. Oh dear. So as far as I'm concerned, they're just they are painting targets on the back of themselves by policing the way they have done for at least the last 5 years, you know. So, but I don't believe our army is like that, because they I don't think it's all about ego. It's about brotherhood. And that's what we need, because that will then be a brotherhood on a righteous mission, a brotherhood which will include many of us going up against an evil brotherhood. Because that's what they call themselves. They're not here to assimilate. They're here to take over, and they don't make any qualms about it. It's not hidden. You know, this is all mainstream. You know, that they've made it very, very clear that that's their intentions. So it's a case of growing our numbers and just trying to stay within the guidelines to some degree, because inciting inciting violence isn't a good thing, you know. However, you know, if your country is being taken away from you, and everything that you loved about your country starts to disintegrate, and everything that your mum, dad, granddad, grandma, great granddad, great grandma, all of those things that they've kind of been through and experienced in their life and passed down to you, because you are a product of them. So it makes sense to do them this by continuing your bloodline, by continuing to protect your fellow countrymen and women and kids, to protect your way of life, you know. So I think anyone that kind of wants to get in the way of that and turn all of that on its head, it's going to be a fuck around and find out. It is, because our government's not going to deport any of them. You know, they're getting soft, pathetic little sentences, usually suspended, for raping children. Suspended, right? Me not speaking a very, very English. Suspended sentence. Someone puts a tweet out, 3 years. If you're ever in that sort of situation, which is possible, it is. If you're ever in that sort of situation, never plead guilty, and just explain that, because they're going to be wanting to use the law, and then you can use the law. You know, you could just turn around and say, look, what it is that you're trying to charge me of here, my freedom of expression, Article 10 of the freedom of expression, supersedes what you're saying to me now. So I am not guilty of the crime that you are charging me with. And you're going to, like I said, this is possible, because I know that, you know, there are some people out there that are quite outspoken. I don't know if there's anyone in our little tribe, right, who talks like this openly about all of these problems. And I think that's a bit of a fucking shame, because you've all got channels, all of you. So yeah, so if it ever came to that and they came knocking on my door, you know, they're not coming in unless they've got a warrant. And even then, I would make sure that I would analyze the fuck out of that warrant before they step foot in my house. But even then, I would be thinking, right, what you're accusing me of, what the warrant is actually issued for, is not correct. You know, I've broken no laws. So yeah, I would, yeah, I wouldn't let them in. And if they broke in, you know, there's a good chance that they may not be going home to their families, and they should be thinking about this shit. They should be thinking about this shit. They've all, again, I don't think all police are cunts. Not all of them, but I'd say 99% of them are, to some degree or another. They put that uniform on and they become a different person. You know, they think that you're under them, when it's actually the complete and total other way around. They are under you, you know. They police by consent, and on top of the fact that they, again, I know I don't want to sound like a scratch record, they work for the Crown Corporation. They work for a corporation. You're not a corporation, you know, so you've got nothing to do with them. And if they came with an arrest warrant, you should be able to, in theory, just give them your birth certificate and say, there, cuffs on that, because that's who you're after, not me. Corporation, arresting corporation. Corporation, hostile takeover, corporation. You are sovereign, a living, breathing man and woman. They've got no jurisdiction over you. None. I mean, in America, I mean, there were you know, we had the whole kind of Black Lives Matter fascist cunts over there that so many people believed in. You know, the amount of there were way more black people died as a result of their chaos, their wave of chaos, than there were of white people. And Black Lives Matter. Oh, I don't know where I was going with that. I went off on a tangent. All I'm saying is, stand your ground, do not comply, hold the line. You know, that's it. The power of three. With maybe a little side dish of no fear. No fear, none. Absolutely no fear. Because that's what they're counting on, you know. If you refuse to pay your council tax or withhold it, yeah. If you were saying, like, I'm withholding, you should have a right to do that, because you don't know where your money's going. They say it's going into these things, but when you really look into it, it's not. It's going into the main coffers of the government, which are then spending that money on arms that are blowing babies up. You know, I've seen terrible things, graphic, terrible things, and our government is complicit in that. So holding back, you've got so many grounds not to pay your council tax, and then spend that council tax money that you've saved on filling any gaps on your preps, especially defence, especially. Well, there's 13 people, and the chat's not moved. Is that my fault? Have I not scrolled down a little bit? No, it won't go down any further. Oh, there we are. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, I've missed a lot. I'm so sorry, guys. I thought you'd stopped. Lana, sweet dreams, and yeah, just get into a position that's nice and comfortable. You'll find a way around that, you know. I've got some fantastic painkillers that I could send up to you, but I know you wouldn't take them. I know you wouldn't, because you're a warrior. But yeah, sweet dreams, lass. I'm sorry I missed your message. I missed a lot. And Sky Girl, I don't know if I've missed you either. Need to get up early to colour my grey hair in the morning and then transform myself. I love how women do that. And they do, you know. It's like you wake up in the morning next to them and you're going, oh. And then they get up and they get themselves sorted out and you go, I'm only joking. You know, if you love someone, you love them. It's as simple as that. Morning, not morning. Oh, fuck me, it's coming up to 1:30. We'll have a shut off at 2:00. I am aware that I started the live stream a little bit late. I mean, I was in an hour to go to the caravan this weekend, but there's just so much to do, you know. I have shifted into so many different gears now that it's just so time consuming. But I know that I am creating a good platform for prepping, you know, and that's important to me. So I can go next weekend. Besides, it's a bank holiday weekend, and there would have been loads of other people up there, and I've got the complete and total privacy of my back garden, and I can just crack on with sorting the garden out and figuring out what to plant where, and trying to get the house in order a little bit. And yeah, I feel like I'm spinning a lot of plates at the moment, but I think that's just me being dramatic. Yeah, attention span of 3 minutes. That's because of so-called technology, which is a load of bollocks. And it's true. It is. It's tech. This is one of the great things about what happened in Portugal and Spain, is the fact that people, why are these wonky? These are a good pair. Let's take these fuckers off. I don't need them on now. Yeah, the fact that they lost cell phone coverage was like, oh no, you know, they didn't know what to fucking do with themselves. Utterly pathetic, you know. And yeah, it's this tech. I mean, I'm talking to you through a really, really old, very old laptop. You know, I'm trying to get this dinosaur shit off it, right? But it does the job. My smartphone, which isn't, you know, again, the word smart it's not a very, very old phone, not really, not in the grand scheme of things. But I put it to positive use, to learn. You know, I'm learning every day as a result of using this Black Mirror device. I'm using it for my benefit, not for theirs. And I think if everyone else did the same, it'd be great, because we should be taking advantage of having all this information at our fingertips, and learning. And then if you're learning this and this, and Frank, I love Frank. I'd love to meet him. I don't even know who he is. I'll have to chop the top part of my skull off, take it off, and then dig into my brain somewhere and find Frank, pull him out and go, hello, Frank. It's nice to meet you. You've been in my head for a long time. So if you're building up your knowledge about this and this, and someone else is building up their knowledge about that and that, you know, as a collective, not only are we physically a massive threat, and you know, there aren't any words really. So not only are we a physical threat to the establishment, we're a threat in the sense of our knowledge, which is growing every day. You know, we've got more and more people waking up, and then they're going down rabbit holes, and then they're coming back up, and they're telling people that were dead before. You know, did you know this? And then they've woke up, and then it spreads. It just spreads, and it is happening. No one can deny that. You know, but we are formidable to our government and any other enemy that wants to impose negativity and bad shit and wanting to change the British way of life. They are enemies, you know. So we're a physical threat and an intellectual threat, and they know this. And I think it doesn't matter what they do to us now. They're not going to win. They're not going to win, because it feels almost like they're tripping over each other a little bit now. They're starting to fuck up a little bit and falter, you know, because they were expecting all this to go really, really, really well. And to some degree it did, as in that, right? And various other lies. So in some regards, it did go well. But off the back of that, the ricochet has gone off in a direction that I don't think they anticipated. So, you know, as the world continues to wake up, and because we're in a massive state of flux at the moment. There are so many things on the surface to a normie, you know, it's like, oh yeah, I remember that COVID thing. We made sure we got our things, and we got jabbed, you know, doing our community a service. I remember that. Do you remember that, Frank? Yeah, I can't walk now. I know, but that was just coincidental. And I had a stroke. Yeah, I know, but let's not go on about that. Oh, fucking hell. So there are lots and lots and lots of people to pay for serious crimes against humanity, and I don't think that will. I don't think that's going to be down to police arrests, you know, because they're taking orders from above, and that person right at the top of the police is taking orders from someone else, and they're taking orders from someone else. And it's very, very rare that police officers, you know, we have the power to arrest an officer for committing a crime. We've got a right to do that. We've got more rights than they have. It's just that a lot of people don't realize it. They look at their uniform, and in many cases now, their uniform looks almost paramilitary. It doesn't look like, you know, when we used to see, you know, we used to call them titheads to any of our international audience, you know, any of our, what we would call foreign, you know, members of our little tribe. We used to call them titheads because the helmets of our police force back in the day was very unique, very unique. It was different to any other country in the world. But the helmets did look like a giant tit. So we called them titheads. But now, you know, they've got baseball caps on, saying police, and they're wearing kind of combat clothing. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So they're not really a police service anymore. They're a police force, and they haven't got your interests at heart. I'm sorry if I've missed any of your. I'm going to go straight down a little bit. Wow, I've missed a lot. I do apologise. I do. They've been ripped off. They did seem to be a trend a few years ago for young women to have grey hair. Yeah, you've got women growing. You've got women that have got perfectly, you know, a full head of well-coloured, you know, their original colour, natural colour there, going out and dyeing their hair great, you know. I suppose it's better than, nah, it doesn't matter. And yeah, and people who follow celebs, I mean, fucking hell, you don't get more shallower than that. It's proper shallow shit. You know, take an interest in your own life and your own family, and make that your main interest, and just strengthen it, galvanize it, because a family unit is really powerful, you know. And society's been encouraged to get divorced, become completely reliant on state benefits, you know, separate the dad from the mum. The court's taking complete control over your children at the moment, and that's set to get worse and worse and worse because they want your children. You know, I said to one of Sally's old friends, I'd say about 4 years ago, they're coming for our kids. And she was like, no, don't be stupid. And that's why I can't interact with someone that's so fucking fast asleep that no matter what you throw at them, they'll be like, no. You know, there's no kind of counter argument. It's just a dismissal. That's it. Whereas you're loaded up to the fucking hilt with proof. And it's like, no. So your kids are your main priority. And if you can get them out of school, and again, there are ways around this. There are so many teachers that have left school now because they've looked at some of the books and it's sent their fucking eyebrows off their heads. Some of the books that these kids are reading, some of the ridiculous ideologies that are being pushed inside their heads, their young, impressionable heads. So there are teachers left, right and centre all across the UK, possibly right the way across the West, where they thought, I'm not fucking teaching this shit. This will do them damage. And then they'll start to put together, hold on, I wonder why, because if we're bringing this in, if we're putting this in their heads now, no wonder they're questioning what gender they are when they get to like 12, 13, you know? So there'll be teachers left, right and centre that are leaving schools and going it alone as private tutors. So if you can get some other mums and dads on side and just pick a venue, whether it's your house one week and then someone else's house the next week, and get all the kids together, say 10 kids, and you all chip in for this tutor to teach your kids, properly teach your kids about things that are real and things that are that matter. So you split that cost of one teacher that is anti-woke. You can homeschool your kids. There's always a way. There's always a solution. Always. Yeah, I'm all right, Ruth, for hair products, shampoo and stuff. I'm good to go. I save a fortune. Make the Crusades great again. I like that. Oh, I fucking love that, David. My old man always used to say we never got rid of enough of them during the Crusades. I've got to admit, I can't find fault in him. He sounds like he was a very, very clued up and very interesting and insightful man, you know. And there are lots and lots and lots of men out there like that. Lots. It's just we're given the impression that they are thin on the ground and rare, you know. They're probably a little bit rarer than they were, you know, granted, but that's changing. It's evolving. That is evolving. I knew people in Spain. This is Sky Girl. I knew people in Spain who are not awake and totally unprepared for what happened this week. I've suggested they make an emergency kit should it happen again. Well, good luck on that, Sky Girl. You've done your best. You've tried your best to kind of help other working class people, which is what we should be doing, supporting each other, you know. And I think that maybe off the back of this Spain-Portugal blackout thing, a lot of people are going to be thinking, I don't want that to happen again. I know there's plenty of people in our little community here that became preppers not off the back of COVID, but off the back of, you know, a toilet roll drought. Thinking, I didn't know what to do. I was down to one bog roll, and I had the shits. I made the last bit up, but you get my idea, you know. So sometimes it takes a crisis to kick you into gear, but you need to come up with your own solutions. Don't listen to your government's solutions, because your government will never have your best interests at heart. It's always the opposite of that. Always. It's always been like that. And it's continuing to get worse, you know? So it is literally us versus them, you know? So find your own solutions. You're more than capable of doing it. It just takes a little bit of creativity and a little bit of time. Some solutions will come to you like that, you know. Some you need to mull over a little bit, weigh it up. Well, there's always a solution, but we just need to learn not to take our government's solutions, because they've created a crisis in order to produce you with that, you know, solution. Hello, Sal Mishra. I hope you're still here. I missed you. I've had to scroll right down now to get to the most recent comments. So I'm really sorry if I've missed anyone out. Normally, you know me, I will read your comments out. Always. I just got a little bit carried away. But yeah, good to see you, lass. I hope you're doing okay. And it's nice being in touch via email as well, you know, and sharing ideas and opinions on stuff. And I'm good for that, by the way, guys. You know, I do get a lot of emails, but look, I'm not going to say email me if you're feeling lonely. Email me if you've got a hole in your preps, or you've got a situation or a problem that you can't figure out. Don't feel embarrassed to ask me or anything like that. You know, it's completely confidential, and just utilize me. It's what I'm here for. You know, it's a service. I'm providing a public service for free, right? In a fucking crazy, stupid clown world, to help everyone stay balanced in some way, you know? What happened in Spain has made a few think. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, it's definitely done that. 100%. You know, I've got absolutely no doubt whatsoever that there will be more people that are prepared now. They will have put measures in place. But what they do need to do now, off the back of that, is start looking at why it happened and who was responsible for it. That's what they need to be doing now. You know, that's the next level. The putting away rice and beans and pasta and canned food and canned meats and dehydrated veg and blah, 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 blah. That's the easy part of prepping. That's the easiest part of all of it, you know? It's a fucking doddle. You know, a 9-year-old an 8-year-old could do all that. It's understanding why things are happening, understanding what things are happening, and trying to find ways around it, you know. And there's definitely way bigger shit on the way this year than that, you know. That'll just pale into insignificance with a lot of people. They'll just be like, you know, 2 years on, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. Well, I can't do it. I can't do a Spanish accent, you know. Let's pretend I'm an expat. They'll remember it, and they'll just think, yeah, I remember that. But that was it. That was it. They moved on. As soon as everything got back to normal, their brains got back to what their version of normal was, you know, rather than scrutinizing it, you know, looking a little bit deeper. The more these bizarre events happen, the more, yeah, they will. It's a natural progression. It's absolutely 100% a natural progression, where the more hardcore these governments implement things, as long as we keep spreading the word, we've got to keep telling people. I know it's difficult. I know it's frustrating. I know it's tiring. I know it's time consuming, you know, but it all matters, you know. I know this is a bit woo-woo and a bit batshit bonkers and probably not right, but I'm just saying, imagine if you were responsible for planting a seed in the person's head that ends up leading a revolution that changes everything in our favor. You know, it's possible. But yeah, if you can get your kids out of school, and start networking with other mothers. You know, I don't fucking understand why that's not happening. I don't understand why there aren't loads and loads of groups of mothers that aren't up in arms about what it is that they're teaching their kids at school, you know? And again, these teachers, they're on my bog roll list. They're on there, you know? There've been a good few, not many, good few teachers that have left the profession purely because they just think it's immoral. You know, it's immoral, it's wrong on every single level. So these people will be out there looking for work. You know, I mean, I'm trained to teach art. All I would need to do is kind of, I did offer someone on the Nextdoor app. I said, look, I can teach your kids, and then it was offered to me, and I got cold feet, you know, because I've never. When I say I've never taught kids, I mean there was some degree of education when I was working in kids' homes, but that's different. You're not working towards some form of accreditation, you know. So that makes it a little bit more complicated. And so working to an accreditation with kids, it was out of my comfort zone. So I ended up declining it. But that's me, and I've got my teaching skills are very low level, very low level. These people went to university to teach. Yeah. I'm going to top up one more, and I'll come back, and we'll finish by around 2ish. I think that's about fair. It's a fucking bank holiday, you know. I hope you've all had a little you know, bit of something. Right, bear with me. Right. 4 hours and 20 minutes. My bladder's about to explode all over my dining room. Bear with me. You know what? That was like a piss version of the never-ending gobstopper in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I didn't think that was going to end. I love having a wee, me, you know. They do. You see, I'm what's known as poo shy. I don't really like talking about that. You know, I've always been like that. But weeing, you know what? Honestly, it's you say the best things in life for free, and when you're bursting for a wee and you go for a wee, it's like, you know, how fucking sad is that? But you know what? I appreciate the little things in life. That was the inspiration behind buying that butter dish. I don't want to be rich. I don't want to be rich. I don't want to be famous. I don't want to put on people. You know, the list goes on. I just want to live a really, really simple life, just a simple life, you know, and potentially with the absolute basics. I'm not after anything extravagant. I don't want anything extravagant because it's just not the way I am. I'm a humble man, you know. So when you've got excessive amounts of government overreach, that pisses me off because they've overstepped the mark. So now they are the enemy. They've been the enemy for a while, but they have overstepped the mark, and yeah, the fact that people can't really struggle, or at least really struggling to use common law in courts now, you know. They're cracking down on all of that. So you've got to be smarter in other ways, you know. And these people that are in these positions are almost robotic because they're soulless. They've got no soul, right? So they are used to oppressing people quite effectively by using the tool of fear. So if you can relinquish any fear, or you see, I believe that many of you statistically, many of you, right, will have been through some above average bad shit in your life. If you're listening to me now, right? Not all of you, but a chunk of you, and you know who you are. I've said in the past, everything that's happened to you, and and this even applies to people that's not had anything massively significant, but even then, it's all relative to the person. It's so unique to the person. I could turn around to someone, and I have done, and said, what would you say was the worst day of your life so far? And they've come out with it, and I've gone, and I've just thought to myself, are you kidding me? Is that it? Is that it? So it's all relative to that person's life experience as to whether or not it's been extremely negatively impactful on their life. It's down to the individual. It's not a cock sizing operation. I don't know why I look down there, because I've got one. So I think all of the stress, all of the anger, all of that pain, try not to spend too much time in the past, because there's nothing, absolutely fuck all you can do about what's already happened. But there's so much you can do about the here and now and the future. You can start laying foundations, solid foundations to move forward on. The past is the past. It should only be used for reference point only, and to dip in and out of nostalgia, as long as it's not too painful. But all of the anger that we're feeling, to get all of us, with our government and Islam trying to take over, and the other people that are in control of pretty much everything, the rabbits with the silent T. If you look back over your life and realize, that hit me, that fucking wiped the floor of me, or that sent me into hell, or I nearly took my life, or I'll get emails, that I can completely and totally relate to. Now, anger, pain, emotional pain, stress, anxiety, it's all energy. It's all energy. It is. If anyone wants to argue with me or have a debate on that, I'm more than willing to go for that. I really, really am. I really am. It's all energy, and energy is vibration. And this is a scientific fact. So my closing advice on this video tonight, on this live, would be to take all of that energy, all of that stress, all of that anger, all of that frustration, all of these negative things that our governments have kind of leaned on us to be like from time to time, because we are building, our tolerance levels are going up and up and up and up and up, to the point where you if you haven't already, you will realize and fully comprehend what sovereign really means. because it's not just a word, it's a state of mind. So take all of those negative emotions that have been kind of almost orchestrated against you by our governments and the manipulation of society. It's all energy. So turn all of those negative energies into power, just one power moving forward. And if you can do that, and you can, if you can do that, nothing will touch you. Nothing can touch you. You're untouchable. You are. As long as you stay righteous, you know, and don't ever develop an ego. There's no need for an ego. Egos lead to weak decisions by weak people. And you are not weak. Yeah, I do like the idea of you know, I know a few people that live out in the sticks, and it's turned out not to be all it was cracked up to be, because there are, you know, there are certain elements of country life that are just, you know, different, really. But I still do like the idea of the whole kind of isolationist. But I do think, although I do battle with that on a daily basis, the amount of times I've gone out and taken the girls for a walk, and I thought, I wish I had this whole fucking place, you know, like at least 2 miles squared, 4 miles squared, all to myself, so no one else could use it. Because I go down to certain spots by the river and I just see Coke cans, beer bottles and beer cans and carrier bags and crisp packets and shit like that in spots that are just stunningly beautiful. I'm thinking, you don't fucking deserve this. You don't deserve it. But I'm also aware that communities hold a lot of power and a lot of strength. You know, the Islamic communities demonstrated that, you know, the family unit and their community. And that's what's made them potentially formidable. Potentially. They're not there yet. They're not there yet. Believe me, they're not there yet. This can all be dealt with, but we just need more people to grow a pair of balls, you know. But yeah, we're not designed to be islands. We're not designed to be on our own. We are designed to be part of a community, because, as I said earlier on, my daughter is awakened, can think for herself. She knows the earth has everything she needs to sustain her. That's beautiful, Sky Girl. That really is. It's lovely. You know, you're mothering properly. You're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. You know, you might doubt yourself from time to time. You might criticize yourself a little bit sometimes. But that's really healthy to do that. It really is, because it keeps you on your toes. And, you know, your kids are well, not just your future, our future. Barbara O'Neill is up your neck of the woods. She's quiet. She is a good woman. I'll give you that. Yeah. Again, you know, the amount of strength that it takes to stand on your own, right? When you see the herd going in that direction and you're going in this direction, it goes against the herd mentality that is built. It is part of our primeval origins. You know, to go with the herd, the safety in numbers. It's safe to be with the community, with the herd. But we knew innately that this was all wrong. And we stood by that. We stood by it come hell or high water. And a lot of it was hell, proper fucking hell. But here we are, and we're still evolving spiritually, mentally, maybe not physically, but we're working on that. But we're evolving. And people like Barbara O'Neill and many other people, including you, that stood alone and absolute defiance. I know this is wrong, and I'm telling you why it's wrong. Here's the evidence. I love it. Bravery and tenacity. That hint of tenacity is important because that gives you good skills at being passive aggressive, and passionate about the truth, which is what we're all in pursuit of. So on that note, I've gone a bit over because I feel like I've cheated you a little bit, and I know that I think I look forward to these live streams more than you guys do. I always start off a little bit nervous thinking, what the fuck am I going to talk about? Is this just going to last for half an hour? Then I'm going to start choking. But it never turns out like that. Once we get going, we get going. And I always think at the end of each live stream, I don't know what I was stressing about. And so I end up looking forward to the next one, and then the next one, and the next one. So we can do a regular Friday night, unless I'm going to the caravan. It'll be on a Thursday. But then I don't want to let the world know that I'm going to the caravan. So, yeah. Yes, ego is the enemy, and it really is. It really is. Stay humble. Stay humble. I'm off to bed now. Thanks, Rose Hippie, and everyone else for an entertaining night. Sweet dreams, Sky Girl, and sleep well. And thank you for your time. It's you're giving us your time too. And that's valuable. It's valuable. We've only got a finite amount of it, And I know I say that a few times, but it's because I mean it. I understand the importance of it. Thank you, David. Hey, mate, I try, and the vast, a massive chunk of it is from bouncing off you guys, and that helps. It does. It helps. It helps a lot. So to anyone else that's kind of just been listening along and not getting involved in the chat, that's I like that sentiment there, David, and that sums me up. I don't feel fear. I've got no fear, and I genuinely mean that from the bottom of my heart. No fear. I do get anxiety from time to time. I do get a bit stressed from time to time, but it's not fear. It's not fear. I've got no fear. I'm ready for whatever they throw at me. I'm mentally ready. I think whatever the fucking world can throw at me, right? If you imagine all the worst things that life could throw at you from day dot of being born up until now, I've had it. I've done it. I've been there. I've experienced it, and here I am ready to fight. So it's doable. It's doable. When you hear people saying, oh, well, he did this and he's gone to jail, but he had a bad upbringing, it's that stuff like that. It's a cop out. It does my fucking head in, because you've still got a choice. Everyone's got a choice. There's always a choice. So, as David's just put there, fear naught, fear nothing. So on that note, I will bid you all a good night, and I hope you sleep. I hope you sleep well. Have a bit of a lie-in in the morning. You know, treat yourself. You've earned it. If anyone's earned it, you've earned it. So much love to all of you, and I mean that sincerely. Ciao for now.